Okay. Don't know why that's like that. Okay. Jack O'Rail, good to see you. Happy Monday. We got a bit of I tweak the. Never had a bidet. Well, never had a bidet. It's good to see you. Happy Monday. All right. How's everybody doing? Everyone had a good weekend. Well, this weekend went by so fast. Went by so fast. But that's okay. I think I might be, maybe not clipping. But I hope everyone had a good weekend. Ethereal Umber, it's good to see you. Hope you had a good weekend. Life's a glitch. Good to see you. So I was in Christ Before Jesus is live earlier, so might be pulling through. We'll see. That'd be nice if he did. If they did. And okay, I gotta mute that. And let's see. Yeah. I see. He wasn't loading. Sneaky Ya, good to see you. Raider, good to see you. Thank you for the heart me's. Thank you for the bubblegum. Courtney, good to see you. Thanks for the share. Yeah, everybody share the live. Tap the screen so we can get the likes going. And do all that good stuff. Now, hopefully, I made some tweaks to the UI. So hopefully I don't have to keep clicking screens every few minutes so that the things don't have to update, but maybe I do. Got blocked from Jim Bob. Don't know what that's about, but it looks like I still have to. Maybe not. We'll see. I've seen your vids on FYP a lot. Points make a lot of sense. Thanks, Alex. I do the best I can. What do you think about clavicular getting frame? I don't know anything about that. I am an old head, so I don't know anything about clavicular getting frame mogged by the ASU Fratly. I don't know anything about that. No loss there. Yeah, I don't know who Jim Bob is. Why do I do this though? Because, in fact, perfect example, Mormons knocked on my door on Friday. And if believers are going to come to my door, they're going to approach my daughter about going to church, and they're going to pass legislation to take rights away from people, then they need to explain and provide evidence that their belief is true. It's that simple. Yeah, luckily I was actually on stream on Friday when they knocked. So that was interesting. Especially if law is involved, exactly. So it's that simple. I mean, if we're going to out and out state that this God exists when there's tons of people who don't have any evidence of that. Well, I think it's only fair. Got to provide evidence. What was the catalyst that started my deconstruction was reading the Bible. That was the start. Read it through and through, first page to last. You're a scientist and you can give a good argument for God. All right. I'm soft, homie. Probably. Yeah. I did martial arts and MMA for a long time, but those days are way behind me. And likely, yeah, I mean, no, don't harm the Amalekites. So did Bry, right on. Yeah. But you know, it's the interesting thing because yeah, you guys will be shocked to hear this. I'm actually ashamed to say it, to be honest with you. I don't have a lot of regrets. I have some regrets, but one of the regrets I do have was voting Republican one time. It's one of my regrets. And that was during my time in martial arts and all this other stuff and MMA and, you know, this whole world of going to hell in a handbasket. And just realize it's not an us versus them thing. I don't think I've ever voted Republican. Yeah. My mom read it 7 times from beginning to end, still believes all the different perspectives. Yeah, it's that's wild. I don't know how you can believe in it still, especially what they do to women in that thing. You voted Republican twice. Yeah, man, Ember, you and I, one of these days, we got to talk shop. We got to compare notes one of these days. That must be an interesting story too. This is too complex, therefore God. Yeah. Complexity. Yeah. It's okay. I voted for the sack of shit named John McCain. I was brainwashed. Yeah. I mean, fear can do things, man. I voted Republican before my frontal lobe fully turned. Why do people associate God with Christianity? Well, in the country we live in, it's the strongest association. I have been harassed by religious people. Yeah. Same. Yeah. Kane was very moderate. It's probably damn near Democrat. I don't understand why anyone still believes and or votes for it. Yeah. You know what it is? What it comes down to is what's in it for me. I think that's really what it comes down to. It's a what's in it for me thing. And I would love to share on the topic of God. Yeah. Yeah. So it was quite a thing. So yeah, I mean, and now I was pretty far right, and now I've kind of gone way on the other side. I started left, went right, now I'm all the way back left. You know, and I buck the trend because they say, isn't the thing they say that the older people get, the more conservative they get, and that's not me at all. So anyway, I'm gonna squash the political talk. I'm not gonna get too far into that space because, in fact, very soon you are all going to see Ember and me do a little bit of a live based on, and we're going to talk politics. So look forward to that on Thursday. Exactly, on Thursday. So just a few days. I'm gonna dip my toes in the political space and see what happens. Yeah, Claire. You know, it's interesting, Claire. Yeah, you're Jewish, and something you love is that you can still be atheist and Jewish. Yeah, that's true. You know, we have rabbis who come up here all the time. Rav Kavad Zone comes up on my live. Rabbi Hana comes up on my live, and yeah, you know, it's very interesting. So I'm good with that. And all right. I also tweaked my hopefully my sound is okay. Oh yeah, that's the thing I have to update. On the YouTube side, yes. I do have Video Ninja. I think it's fixed. So we'll see. In fact, I may have somebody I may want somebody to go up there pretty soon and just jump into Video Ninja and see if it's working right. Because actually I fussed with it over the weekend. So hopefully it's working okay. Okay, so I got to add a little bit of info to this. I got to adjust this a little bit. So let's see if we can make this right. All right. I almost forgot about that. So tinyurl.com TBV guest. Okay. See if that works. All right. And it's a little blocked, but here, I'll move this down just a little bit. Yeah, and I separated the elements. So now only YouTube sees TikTok chat and vice versa. So you're not like everybody's not seeing everybody else's chat. So I know that was kind of that was clunky. So the only thing I can't quite get right, but we'll see if it works. Is I wanted to put the guest avatars from TikTok so that YouTube viewers can see it. Now, ultimately, if I can get the YouTube people to see like when jellyfish come up and stuff, I think that would be awesome. But I'm not going to ask for a lot here. Keep my expectations low. Okay. So let's bring up our first one. First guest. Okay, so if you are in the guest queue, please be at least 18. Where's my charger? Hold on. A believer in the God of the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran. And please have evidence, not related to personal experience, that God is real. Or if you are going to sit on personal experience, then you're going to have to demonstrate why your personal experience is true and all the other religions are not true. So why we should discount all of those. Because otherwise you've just demonstrated that all religions with personal experience are true. So, okay. Let's go to our first guest. How's it going?
How you doing, brother? I am 18 years old.
All right. Okay. And which God do you believe in? God of the Bible, the Torah, the Quran?
The God of the Bible. Yes,
all
indeed.
Right. Okay. And what's your best reason or best evidence that God is real?
Okay. Now, I would love to state that, I would love for this to be, not an argument, but a good conversation.
Same.
I wish, with humility, I wish that I have and, indulge myself in more and more evidence to show you, but also I don't want to base it just off of pure personal experience, Perfect. Not only that, I've also heard of the Quran, has multiple contradictions, within the book.
Okay. I agree
And
with you on that.
thank you.
Yep.
And then somewhere in the Quran says that the Bible is the word of God, and that if you want to find God, go look at the Bible. But then later on in the Quran, it says that the Bible is not the word of God. So then again, it contradicts itself.
Okay.
Give me one second.
All right.
And that's the Quran was made I don't know, not too sure, 600 years after the fact that Christ had died.
Okay.
This
Can I
is
stop you right there?
605.
Why are we talking about the Quran? I'm not a Muslim.
Muslim? Okay. No, I just wanted to, just to say that. But
Well, if even if the Quran weren't true, how does that make Christianity true?
that's a fair point. Now, back to where we're talking about what I believe in.
Yeah.
Me personally, and I'm gonna tell you with humbleness, and I'm not saying this because of what Christianity says. Christianity is to follow Christ, of course. Hope we all know that.
Okay.
So when I first wasn't serious in my walk, and I knew God was real, right? I knew God was real, but I didn't really know what to believe in, right? And I would question which God is real, and it would seem in a portion of my life where I was stuck, and I didn't open up fully. And it's only in those times when you're trying to find God, but you don't know what, because there's so many contradictions in the world. There's so many people saying that this is the right way. This is the right way, until you truly open up to the authority and try and willingly accept, okay, let me try this, And when God is in your life is when you're at peace.
All right. So I'm at peace now and I don't have God in my life. So why is that?
Because now, here's another thing. Do you know what sin is?
Yeah, I don't. According to the Bible, yeah, I know what sin is. It's missing the mark. That's what it's literally called. It's missing the mark, and actually, it's breaking the covenant with God. So I don't sin.
Okay.
I don't have a covenant with God, so therefore, I don't sin.
Not true.
Where do I have a covenant with God?
We're born unbelievers when we come out of the womb. We're naturally sinful because of our nature.
Well, you know what a covenant is, right?
Yes, is when you.
What's a covenant?
Make that covenant. The covenant is when you make a contract with.
Contract,
so
right?
And so.
Okay, and so when you have a contract, all sides have to agree, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so all sides have to agree, and so I never agreed to this.
Okay, fair point.
So there's no contract between me and God, because a contract is a meeting of the minds, right? So
yeah,
I don't agree to the contract. So
that's a good point. That's a good point.
Yeah, so I don't sin.
That's a good point.
Yeah, that's between you and God.
Okay, but wait,
it's got nothing to do with me.
Do you think God wants you to not do you think he agreed to that contract? What if he wants to have a connection with you, but your own mind is blocking you from believing not so?
How would first of all, if God wants to have a relationship with me, it's kind of like this. It's kind of like a father who wants to have a relationship with his kids and is never around. Mm-hmm. How well do you think that's going to go?
And that's a good point.
Father never calls. He never reaches out to the kids. He never sends anything for their birthday, for Christmas. He never sends any cards, no letters, no emails, no text messages, nothing. And the kids are reaching out, are trying to reach out to this guy. People are telling these kids, "Yeah, man, your father's doing great, man. He's a great person. He's a wonderful person. He's this awesome person." And these kids are like, "Well, where is he? Where's he at?" Do you think that the kids would be at all?
They wouldn't be. They wouldn't believe in the father.
They wouldn't believe him at all, right? Yeah, exactly.
So that's a fair point.
So if he wouldn't believe in the father, right? So if he's not present, so presence is required for a relationship, right? So how do you have a relationship with something that isn't present, or someone that isn't present?
Now, in the Bible, it says that God is the living. He's a spirit, so he's not a physical being, right? So although Jesus came in the coming of God, so he came to reconcile us with him, with
Okay.
the Father, right?
And
So
how do we know
to
that's
its-
true?
How do we know that's true?
Yeah.
One, look at the eyewitnesses' accounts from historical events.
The eyewitness
Look
accounts.
at-
Okay.
Yes.
Of who?
One-
Of what? What eyewitness accounts? Which ones are you talking about?
There's one for first the main apostles, and secondly, there's about maybe 500 or more people who
Okay.
they rather died instead of deny the fact that Christ came as the Son of God.
Okay. So now these
But wait.
500 witnesses, well, let's start with the apostles actually. How do we know that
Yes.
how do we know they existed apart from the Bible? Like where are they named outside of the Bible?
Where they are named, that's a great point. This is why I said I wish that I was deeper into it. You know,
Okay.
I had, and if I'm being honest, you know, if I could share up, I was in my faith with God, but I had drifted away back into the world, right?
Okay.
And I was slowly starting to not believe and slowly turning into an atheist.
Okay.
And
Well, you should have
and I
stayed
was-
there. Why did yeah, what happened?
because there was something in me that refused to quit. Something
They refused to
refused
quit?
not let me
You said
stop that connection.
so what I'm hearing is you said despite there being no evidence, I'm going to still believe this even though I don't have any evidence and I can't prove it.
Because guess what? In the Bible, it says you can have faith as small as a mustard seed,
Mhm.
and it will move mountains. So
Okay.
if we believe even for a tiny bit, then His presence will be manifested in our life. And
Well-
that's back to the point where you were saying that
Mhm.
if the Father is not with us and we don't feel Him, you know, because then again, it is our own mind that willingly rejects the
Well,
presence.
okay,
and the
but
being.
help me out here. How do you
we
know
believe?
that's
How do we know?
wait, hold on. How do you know that's true? That people are just actively rejecting God? Because are you saying to me that if people don't believe in Santa Claus, they're rejecting that Santa Claus is real?
Well, where's the historical account of Santa Claus?
Saint Nicholas, and it's been over 200 years. It originated with the church. So there was this figure they called Saint Nicholas, and then it turned into Santa Claus. But are you telling me though that when a person says I don't believe in Santa Claus, they're rejecting Santa Claus? Is that what you're telling me?
Well, we got to be real here. It's a historical fact, yes, for over 200 years, but we're talking about over since the beginning of manuscripts of they've been created. There's over 250,000 manuscripts of Jesus Christ.
Okay, and how do we know any of those are true? Why does the number of manuscripts demonstrate that it's true? Because what if the original manuscript was just a fake or it's not true, and then they were just copied over and over and over again? So how do you know that? How does that make it true?
That's a great point. Now, guess what? You have to do it
I've
for
made
yourself.
a lot of great points here.
This is awesome. Now,
No, it's good. It's good.
you have to do it. You have to look at it for yourself. I can't tell you because of what I felt. I felt His presence in my life, and God speaks to me
Got
through
you.
dreams and visions, and He warns
Okay.
me not to do something. And can I share a testimony really quick, if it's
Well,
okay?
Remember what I said in
And
the
it's not,
beginning.
I'm not gonna.
Remember what I said in the beginning. You'll have to demonstrate because there's other people in other religions who have had dreams and visions, right? Greek
Yes.
oracles would have dreams and visions of the Greek gods, and they would make predictions. So we have Hindu gurus who have dreams and visions. We've got shamans who have dreams and visions. We've got, people of all kinds of religions have these. So that means then, since you have dreams and visions and they have dreams and visions, that means all of your beliefs are true, right? All of them.
Fair point. Now look, I'm sorry. Somebody said in the comment
it's
section
fine.
that's your conscience warning you. All right, brother. No, I'm talking to you, specifically you, but not the
Okay.
comment.
Yeah. It's all good. It's you're a good sport about this. You're doing, this is fine.
Because this is the
But
whole reason
I'm not
why.
making fun of you at all. I'm not. I am
This is
challenging
the whole
you.
reason why I am supposed to do this? Because firstly, this is my, what Christ called me to do, to spread the love, to spread the gospel,
Yeah.
and to invite people into the kingdom. Because that's
Mhm.
what it is. It's about love. And I can't tell you just because this is the right way, but you yourself have to do it yourself. And don't take it in just because I'm saying it, but because of, okay, maybe you yourself want to probably accept that presence, in your life. Now,
Okay.
about the dreams and visions, yes, but there was a part in my life where
Yes,
I asked
Tony.
God.
Mhm.
I had asked God, is this the person for me to be in my life? Right?
Okay. You asked God that.
Yes. And
Okay.
he had told me, do not pursue this person, right? And I felt
Mhm.
conviction. Conviction is God telling us, that's his answer, his way of saying,
All right.
don't, because I'm gonna be honest, that would have never been my own conviction, right? Because in that moment, I wanted to be with this person, right? So and so, I wanted to be with her. So how can my own self consciousness tell me that no, do not pursue this person yet, or do not pursue this person in this moment? Because
Well, people get vibes all
God
the
wants
time,
to.
right?
Sorry.
Well, I mean, because there's people who will tell me who don't believe in God. They will tell me,
Mhm.
well, I have a vibe that there is
Yeah.
no God. Something inside me says there's no God. So that's true then, right?
Mm.
Because if
And
they have a
now,
voice inside of them telling them there's no God, then that's true, right? Then there is no God. Because if you're telling me, there's something inside you that's getting this, and
you
you're like,
know
well, how
that
can that come from a God, or how can that come from anywhere else? But what about people who don't believe in God? They get the vibe that there is no God. So then if we're going to go by vibe, then the vibe's real, right? And then that means it's true.
very
Right?
good. Look, now. Do you
I like
realize
this
that
guy, by the way, chat. I like this guy.
do you know that everything is spiritual? That nothing is by coincidence?
I don't believe that. No. What evidence
You
do we
don't
have of
believe
that?
nothing is spiritual?
No.
Okay.
We don't have any evidence of
Now
that.
let's take this for an example. Let's say, God forbid, it was me, and there's a spiritual, because there is good and evil in the world. I mean, obviously, of course, you could see it manifest in physical form around the world. You can see that, but when it comes to spiritual,
Can't?
wait, you don't see what's going on in the world right now?
Well, yeah, I see what's going on in the world. I mean, stuff like
Yeah,
this has
not
always been
now,
going on in the
not
world, but
just literally with the wars and things like that, but in general, of throughout all of mankind, throughout human history, there's good and evil, and there's always been a war of good and evil.
okay. Always has been. Yeah, good and bad things happen. I hear you. I'm trying to
This
understand though, how does
this
that
spiritual.
demonstrate that there's because we're making a lot of claims here, Chosen. You're making a lot of claims
Mhm.
here, and I'm not really hearing any evidence like behind it.
You're
Okay,
not
it's kind of
hearing
like
evidence?
this. Kind of like this. It's kind of like this. If I like, okay, because
If I'm being honest, I really can't prove to you anything. You can't prove nothing to no one.
I'm sure you can.
The
I can prove a
the
lot of things.
spiritual,
I can prove a lot of
you can
things.
only. Okay, that's good. Yes,
Yeah,
but
we
we're
can prove a lot
talking
of
about the
things. Like
unseen. We're
for
talking about the
example,
unseen.
I can prove that you have a mom. I can prove that, right? That's
Yes.
easy, right?
Mhm.
And I can prove you have a dad.
Mhm.
That's easy to prove. I have a mom.
That-
I have a dad. Easy to prove. I have a wife.
Now,
Easy to prove. I have a daughter.
Yeah.
I have a son. Easy to prove. You know, I live in a house. Easy to prove. I have cars. Easy to prove. So there's a lot of things that we can prove. A lot of things.
Yep.
So but now if we're talking about this God, now suddenly can't prove it. But how confident are you that this God is real? Like what's your a scale of 1 to 100? 1 to 100.
1 to 100.
Yeah.
1,000%.
1,000%. Okay. So
Yeah,
you're right.
I wouldn't
So
be up here. I wouldn't be up here if I did it. I'm
what
trying.
are you
I'm
more
trying
certain
to-
of? What are you more certain
am
of? That your mom, if you had to choose, somebody said to you, you can only choose one. What are you more certain of? That your mom is alive or that God is real? Which one would you choose? You can
God
only
is real.
choose one. So you're more certain that God is real than that your mom is real.
Because how can she has a soul attached to her? Do you know we all have souls attached to ourselves, right or wrong?
I don't have any evidence of that. So I would say wrong. I don't believe that.
So let's say, take this for a quick example. I'm building a robot, but before I built the robot, I had a creation in my mind beforehand. Okay, I
Okay.
want the robot to be like this, so and so. Before I made it, the figure, right?
Okay.
I designed it in my mind, what I want it to be like, how I want it to look, how I want it to perform, right?
Mhm.
And then later I make it. Now I brought it into creation.
Okay.
Now imagine God doing the same thing with our souls, right? And we all have a soul attached to us. Because now, if we didn't, we would just be a bunch of brain rot idiots with a bunch of meat in our bodies
How
and
do you
just
know that?
doing things.
Yeah. How do you know that?
Because
Again, what's your
most
evidence of
time-
that? Like what? Yeah.
evidence, you cannot have a physical attribute of anything without a mind attached to it. So if you have a mind to it, there must be a creator to it.
Why? If there's a mind, there must be a creator. Why?
Say that again, please.
Why? Why if you have a mind, there has to be a creator behind the mind? Why?
One. So let's say you build something, right?
Okay.
And you want it to perform a certain type of way.
Okay.
And you give it a mind, right?
Okay.
And then all of a sudden it starts acting up. It starts malfunctioning. But you want it to have a mind so it could align with what you wanted, the intended design that you wanted to have.
Okay.
But then if it doesn't have a mind and is malfunctioning and doing the wrong things that you didn't want for it to achieve, then you'll be frustrated, right?
Yeah. And then you would, if it's something I built, I would bring it back to the shop and try and fix it, or I would scrap it and do away with it. But
beautiful.
I'm not seeing how that gets to, we have a mind, therefore God. We have a soul.
I'm not saying that we have a mind, therefore God. I'm saying we have a soul. So if we have a soul, there is something that created our soul.
I'm still not seeing any evidence of that. You're just presupposing that we have a soul, and then you're saying then something created our soul. But what is your evidence that we have a soul?
What is our evidence? Do we have a soul?
Yeah. Like what is it made of, for example?
Again, I can't prove to you that we have a soul.
Okay, so we have but you're telling me 1,000% we have a soul, but you can't prove it to me. Okay.
Yeah.
So let me put it to you this way. I bring a Hindu up here. Hold on. I got a question. No, I got a question. I bring a Hindu up here, and they tell me 1,000% that they believe that Krishna, Brahma, Vishnu, Ganesh are all real, and that this is the Maya. And you know what the Maya is, right? In the Hindu religion, the Maya, well, one flavor of it, the Maya is the big illusion that's been pulled over our eyes. This is all just an illusion. So, which means that you are disillusioned. You are deluded into believing what you believe. It's just part of the illusion. And they believe this 1,000%. How would you convince them that they're wrong?
Now, by the way, I'm hearing what you're saying, but the concept of the soul is one of the most complex questions in human history, right? Because we can't see it.
Really.
So
it either exists or it doesn't. And if it doesn't exist, why believe it? If we have no evidence of it, because if it exists, we have evidence of it. And then if we don't have evidence of it, then why should you believe it?
You know, the soul, it exists outside of a realm that's empirical, like, right?
How do we know that?
How do we know that?
Yeah.
One, scientists are still proving that. You know that, right?
Where?
They're trying to prove it that the soul can be achieved by like looking at it. It exists something outside of our mortal body.
Where? Which scientists are trying to prove this?
Scientists, you can search it up.
Which one? No, man, bro. This is your thing, man. You got to bring it to the table.
It's not just one. You can search it up. It's not going to show us a specific scientist. It's going to show.
There should be a team, right? Is there a paper?
I'm looking it up on the internet. It's not just one scientist.
I hear that clicking, so you got a computer there. Yeah. So go ahead. I hear it. So yeah. Just do a Google search real quick and just give me a study of a team of scientists who are researching and
Look,
trying to
okay,
prove that there's a soul.
dualism, popularized by thinkers like Rene Descartes,
Descartes.
which is scientific. Descartes,
No.
yes.
What? Well, yeah, it was, but that wasn't. He didn't have. It wasn't like a scientific theory, though. That was just, he was doing philosophy. So
He was
that
a
wasn't.
philosopher.
Yeah, that wasn't like a science experiment.
Scientist, okay.
Yeah,
And
that was like 200 years ago.
He was arguing. Yeah, he was
Over 200 years
arguing
ago.
about the mind or the soul,
that
and
was
the body.
that was philosophical. Yeah, that was philosophy.
Yes.
1600s.
So-
Okay, like 500 years ago. Thanks, Uptown. Or was it like 1700? Something like that. Yeah, it was a long time ago.
It was a
But I'm
long time
talking-
ago he did it.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
Rene
wow.
Descartes.
Even Rene Descartes, yes. Rene Descartes.
Got it.
Descartes.
Rene Descartes. Got it.
Yes.
All
that the and the mind and the soul and the body are two distinct substances.
Okay.
So if I'm being honest, I literally can't prove to you that the soul is real, because it's still really hard to prove that. I can't physically show you my soul to prove that to you. But let's be honest, because imagine you have a light, there's a fire in you, in the body. Just
Okay.
picture there's a fire in the body,
Okay.
and that soul, that fire dims down, and now you have a mind.
Okay.
So now you don't have the character anymore,
All right.
but you just have a mind. And then now you follow what society tells you that you are.
Okay. I'm lost. I'm sorry. I think I got lost.
You lost? Okay.
Yeah, I got lost.
Okay.
So, but let's kind of go back to that, because you did say, well, we don't have evidence to prove that there's a soul. We don't have evidence to prove there's a God. Yet you 1000% believe this is true.
Mhm.
And so let's kind of go back to my Hindu example. So if a Hindu came up to you and
I'm
said,
sorry.
I'm 1000% sure that Hinduism is true, would you think that this Hindu's reasoning is rational?
Well, I have to look at the historical events of his, faith, his
They have
religion.
historical events. That's older than
No,
Christianity, right?
Yeah, I'm going to look at it, and I'm going to see, does that God show love, and does that,
They would say yes.
they will say yes, of course, because that's what they believe in, and they have every right to, right?
Yeah.
Of course,
Yeah.
their faith.
Right. But
I would have
they would
to-
say that.
Not only that, I'll have to look at the character of who they are, because
Character of who they are?
yes,
Okay.
because it said also, Jesus said that I am the image of the invisible God, right?
Oh.
So what?
Okay. You think your God's
Exactly.
good?
So this is the spiritual, right?
All right,
Like I was saying
spiritual part.
again, spiritual.
But
right?
now you think your God's good, though?
Why? Why do you say that? Because of what
Mm.
Jesus said? I am the image of the invisible God.
If Jesus is God, right? Jesus is God.
And God the Son, yeah.
He's God, but he's God, right?
Yeah.
Jesus is God. So Jesus was around when God did all those nasty things and mean things in the Old Testament, right?
Well, do you know that it wasn't him, but it was our own willingness to disobey and do things on our own desireful
Was that-
nature.
Was that? Okay. And
He's a just God. I'm sorry to
Yeah.
cut you off, but he's justful and loving at the same time, right?
Okay.
In the Old Testament, they were worshiping false gods. They were having sex with creatures. They were doing all these vile things, worshiping money, keeping, they were doing crazy things in the Old Testament.
Oh.
And
Mhm.
and
Oh,
that
I'm
was
listening.
our
Go ahead.
own, yeah, that was our own willfully doing it.
Yeah. Let me ask you a question then. Is it just to unalive kids that make fun of people?
Is it just to unalive people?
Kids
That make fun of?
that make fun of others, yeah. So if they're teasing or making fun of others, is it just to unalive them?
Me, I wouldn't.
You wouldn't?
Is it just to unalive somebody of a child
kid-
because he's
a
making
child,
fun
yeah,
of
a
another
child.
kid?
Yeah.
So are you trying to go to the point where that? So you're saying that God did that?
Yeah, you don't know about that?
So God unalived a kid because he made fun of a kid.
Yeah. Yeah.
Show me where that at.
God,
Show me where that
not it
is.
wasn't kids, it was actually one of his prophets. But have you read the Old Testament?
Show me. Okay, I'll look it up right now.
All right.
God.
Here, I'll bring it up
unalived.
on screen.
Okay.
Here. I'll bring it up on screen. So we're gonna go to
Also, another
but you can
thing
follow
is-
along. You can follow along.
Yeah,
We're gonna go to
also-
2 Kings, and we're gonna go to 2 Kings 2, verses 22 through 25. And so here we'll read. Oh boy, yeah, it's covering my whole face. Okay, we'll just roll with it. All right. Here, let's move this out of the way. All right, move that away for now. Okay, so you see it on my screen? It's covering my whole screen, so you should see it.
22 to 23, I kind of can't see a little bit too
22
much
through
'cause of
25. Yeah.
that. Okay.
Okay, let me make it.
So
let me
the
make
water-
it a little bit. Let me make it a little bit smaller. There we go. How about that? Is that better?
Okay.
All right.
So
So
Kings.
so he went up. Well, 23. So he went up there from Bethel, and this is Elisha. And while he was going up on the way, some small boys came out of the city and jeered at him, saying, "Go away, bald head! Go away, bald head!" When he turned around and saw them, he cursed them in the name of the Lord. And then 2 she-bears came out of the woods and mauled 42 of the boys. From there, he went on to Mount Carmel and then returned to Samaria. So, was that just for God to do that? Maul 42 kids
Okay.
for making fun of one of his prophets?
So it contains 2 distinct events that mark the beginning of the prophet Elijah's ministry following the ascensions of his mentor
All right.
Elijah.
Let's not read ChatGPT. Let's answer the question. Was this
ChatGPT?
Yeah, let's not read that.
Well,
Let's-
you have to read in context. What was it talking about before?
Okay. So I'm asking you, what makes it just to kill kids who make fun of other people? What makes that just?
So the water has been wholesome to this day, according to the word that Elijah spoke. He went up there to the
All right.
Bethel.
Got to stop you right there. Hold on. Got to stop you right there. I'm asking you, what makes this just? To kill kids.
What makes it just?
To kill kids who tease people. What makes that just?
Okay. Read it one more time for me, please.
All right.
So
he went up there from there to Bethel, and while he was going up on the way, this is Elisha, some small
Yeah.
boys came out of the city and jeered at him, saying, "Go away, bald head! Go away, bald head!" When he turned around and saw them, he cursed them in the name of the Lord. Then 2 she-bears came out of the woods and mauled 42 of the boys. From there, he went on to Mount Carmel and then returned to Samaria. So that's what I'm asking you, because mauling kids
means
they're
to kill.
yeah, they're going
Yes.
to kill him. Yeah, 2 she-bears killed 42 kids. So I'm trying to ask you, what makes it just for teasing somebody? What makes it just for God to kill 42 kids for teasing someone?
Mhm. Okay. And you have every right and you have a fair point. Now, can we acknowledge that he is a just God? Or
No.
he's just? Because you don't believe that he's a God. You don't believe there's a God.
I'm not seeing the
So-
justness here. That's why I'm asking you, what makes this just?
Mhm.
Are you saying
One-
then that we should kill kids for teasing? So like if we go to a elementary school, actually high school, my daughter got teased the other day in high school. Should I go unalive those kids? Would that be just thing to do? Okay, so that's what I'm asking you. What makes it just for God to do this?
Okay. I would love to answer,
I would love to
So-
hear your answer.
Okay. One, I can't tell you why, because it says, "For my ways are not your ways, nor my thoughts your thoughts." So whatever
Okay.
he does, we can't comprehend.
So if that's the case,
But-
how do you know it's just if you can't answer why?
But
How do you know it's just?
But I know that he's a just God. One,
Okay, but
because of
let
what
me-
he did. And then second,
okay,
but wait,
hang on.
I'm
I'm
getting
Wait,
to it.
hold on. But I have to ask you. It's a clarifying question. If you can't tell me why this isn't just, how do you know this God is just? If you can't tell me
Okay.
why,
Well, I'm gonna get to that. Well,
you
back
got
to
about
what you were
8
saying.
seconds before I start the kick poll. So, all right,
Okay,
go
brother,
ahead.
hold on. Wait. I would love to continue.
No,
Brother,
no.
but
You don't have to stop talking. I just got to start the kick poll. But go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
So, in that, in the Old Testament, things were very radical, very harsh. Things were, I can't tell you, right? Because one, I don't know what those kids carried in their spirit, right?
Okay.
So I don't know why he allowed that to happen.
Okay.
Because then again,
In
but
what situation is it okay to kill kids for teasing somebody? What give me a situation. Just give me an example of a situation in which it's okay.
It wouldn't be okay.
It's morally justified to kill children for teasing somebody. Just give me a situation.
It's not okay.
It's not okay. Okay,
then,
but
and to the
somehow it's
second
okay
point.
for God to do this. And why is it okay for God to do this?
But wait, and to the second point, that he's a just God, that he sent his son, Jesus Christ,
All right.
so that we could be forgiven of this.
Yeah, but it doesn't have anything to do with sending Jesus. So you're saying then that the ends justify the means? So because he sent Jesus to save our souls, it's okay to kill kids for teasing one of his prophets. Is that what you're telling me?
Now, I'm gonna be honest. I don't know why God allowed that to happen.
Okay.
I'm gonna say it's crazy that happened.
Yeah.
And, I don't know why he did that. But look at the New Testament, right? Because we broke that
Okay.
covenant with God in the first place.
All
We
right.
willingly turned away from God and that love and that justfulness.
Okay.
And we
So
turned
it's
away from him.
okay. So I'm hearing you say then it is okay I just need you to say that then. It's okay for God to kill kids when they tease one of his prophets. Just go ahead and say that.
I'm not saying that.
You're not saying that?
I don't know why he did that. I'm not gonna question what he did. I don't know why he did that.
All
And
right.
I'm gonna be honest, it's kind of crazy.
All right. Well, hey, listen, Chosen.
And I'm agreeing. Listen,
okay.
I'm agreeing with you.
Well, when
I
time's
get
up
more deep into it, my brother, I'm gonna
Okay.
come back. I love you, bro.
come on
Good
back.
conversation.
Yeah, it's a good conversation. But but they
Cousin,
have chosen to
I'll
move
come
in. But
back.
hey, move on. But I appreciate you coming up. Good talk.
Of course,
All
buddy.
right. Have a good one. Wow. Hammy, happy Monday.
Happy Monday.
Yes. Okay. Well, I gotta cue your music.
She
So
would have
give me just a
stayed.
second.
I wish you would have stayed because I picked this just for him.
Did you? Oh, well, maybe. Well, guest, if you're still in the chat, hang out because Hammy picked out a very special reading for you. And everybody, this is if you're not sure what the heck we're doing, the chat passed a law several months ago that said that whenever Hammy enters the live, he must read something. And so this is what we're doing. This is exactly what we're doing. And I have to find the damn music though. Oh, wait. I think I can find the music this way. So yeah, this is what we do. And so when Annie comes in, he reads something for us. And we had a referendum and the law, and it's passed. So it is actually a law in this chat, in this live. Oh, there it is. Music for ceremonial occasion, royal fanfare. There it is. All right. So now I got to wait for it to load up. I think I got like all my sound issues fixed. So I'm hoping this will work. Let's see if it works. Can everybody hear that?
But on this end.
Oh, I guess nobody can hear that. Oh, well. All right. Well, I played it, so I heard it.
Well, you heard it. So
Yeah, I heard it. Yeah. Yeah. See, the law didn't say not hearing anything. Yeah. Well, the law didn't say that everybody had to hear it. I just had to play it. So you just have to trust me, bro. I played it. Okay. Trust me.
I trust, but we also verify around here too.
We also verify around here too. I know. I have a contradiction in my worldview today. Shut up. Just read.
Alrighty. Is God willing to prevent evil, but not able? Then he is not omnipotent. Is he able, but not willing? Then he is malevolent. Is he both able and willing? Then whence cometh evil? Is he neither able nor willing? Then why call him God? Epicurus.
Yeah. Yeah. Epicurus. Very nice. Yeah. Excellent. Very well. Yeah. Well done. Well done, Hammy. Well done. And I totally agree. We cannot demonstrate that this God can do these things. Why Why even do that? Okay, my TikTok chat just died. I don't know what the fuck just happened. So sorry, everybody. So what say you, Hammy? How was your weekend?
It was good. It was good. I hopped in some lives.
Yeah, I
I
saw
did
that.
nothing. Yeah, so it was great.
Right on. I'm happy to hear that. And you're here in my live now. And I just lost the TikTok chat, so I'm gonna have to work on that. But that's okay. I will work on that while we bring up our next guest. How about we do that? And so we got 6 waiting. Oh, wait. Before we do that, and before we even do that, I have to bring up our esteemed mod, Ethereal Ember, because Ethereal Ember has something to tell us. Hi, Ember. How are you? Hello.
I am hanging in there. How are
Right
you?
on. Doing well.
Good. Yeah, I was just reading some Descartes.
Deschartes? Okay.
Yeah, Descartes. I was just
Hopefully near a bathroom,
what's
right?
the word?
'Cause-
Near a bathroom. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Definitely don't want
best
to do
read
anything
Descartes.
Deschartes far from a bathroom. You have to be very, very close to a bathroom. Yes, definitely.
Yes.
His cousin, the wipes.
Yes,
His
exactly.
cousin. Yes, exactly.
The wipes. Yep.
Yeah, Reen Descartes. That was a lot. That was a lot, but we appreciate the effort.
Yes,
we appreciate the effort.
We do.
I will go ahead and do my announcements. Hello,
right.
everyone. Happy Monday. It's good to see everybody. Never trusted Descartes. Exactly, Peg.
Never trusted Deschartes. Exactly. Always verify. Never trust. Always verify.
I can't. Okay. So it's super good to see everybody. We have over 200 people in here, which is amazing. We're at 15.1k likes. I know we can do better than that. Let's get to stop the other mic. Let's get to 25k quickly. We just have 10k to go. And the shares, we only have 11 shares. Let's get up to at least 50. You can log press on the screen to repost, and then you can share individually to some people on there. Try not to spam share it. I just realized that's bad for the algorithm. So share it to like 5 or 6 people, every so often.
Oh.
And yeah, if you share it
Okay.
to 5 or 6 people every so often, that'll be better for the algorithm versus if it's like 50 people all at once.
Yeah, I've been doing like a blast of 40 late. Sorry, other
Right, which
creators
is
who
what
I've
I do.
ruined. So sorry. Wasn't intentional.
I just learned that myself. Yeah, I just
Okay.
learned that in another live myself. So
Okay.
I was like,
Good to
okay,
know.
well, that's good to know. Yeah. So go ahead and share that to a few people as soon as Socrates.
Toilet
I
humor
can't,
never
I
gets old.
can't.
Toilet humor
Yes.
never ever gets
I
old.
look, as someone with Crohn's, I love toilet humor. It is the best. It is wonderful. But yes, let's see. If you want to support Trust, you can do so in a few ways. You can interact with the live by tapping the screen, by sharing it out. Like I said, you can give to the gift goal, which also is an early kick poll goal. It is 25 Let 'em Cooks, so just make sure of that and that you know that, and then you can send a jellyfish if you want to get rid of a guest. Really quickly, and you can do that on the YTube app as well with super chats, and he is on YTube and the Purple app as well, so make sure that you do Trust But Verify 2024 for that. And then he also has a Discord. We have it open for anyone and everyone. We have a lot of education in there. We're starting to get into more like news as well, news updates. I need to be better on that about sharing news articles and things like that more consistently. But definitely going to be doing that. And we enjoy good conversations with people.
Yes,
and
we
so
do.
go ahead and check the link in his bio. what you'll need to do is copy that into your browser and then paste it. And once you do that, you should be able to get the invite. And just for the chat today, no spamming, no caps, no being rude in the chat, no preaching, and no praying without consent. Oh, thank you, baby. You're sitting right next to me and still gifting me. Thank you.
I hear collusion here.
There's a little bit of collusion.
A little bit of collusion going on.
Yes. But yeah, no. Let's see. No preaching, no praying without consent, and don't be a dick. Let's just go with that. Don't be a dick. Tap the screen, share, and don't be a dick. And engage in good faith. We appreciate it.
Yes,
and I can
we
stay
do.
up here today just to hang out. So
Yay.
I
All right.
will not drop down, even though I'm usually like,
Ooh,
leave.
I like the define Ember. I will not drop down. I love it.
I will not be leaving
I will
today.
not drop down. Okay, fantastic. Well, thank you, Ember, for the announcements. Thank you. Appreciate that. Go
I
ahead.
will have you know, if you do spam in the chat, I think your name, like in my head, your name is Micromiss Dickus. So just keep that in mind.
Just keep that in mind. Just
Yes.
FYI. Yeah. Yes, absolutely. All right. Well, we do have our next guest that I brought up. So thank you for waiting so patiently, 25K. So 25K, welcome to the guest panel. And can
Thank
you?
you.
Yeah. We just want to make sure you're over 18.
I
First of all.
am well over 18.
Fantastic. Okay. And which God do you believe in?
So if by definition I believe in Yahweh,
Okay.
the God
God of the Bible?
creation,
Okay.
the God of the Torah.
God of the Torah.
So
Okay.
right where I come from, there's the Torah, there's the Bible, and then there's the New Testament. However,
And see, this is why everybody,
I-
this is why I ask all the three questions. This is why I ask. I make three distinctions. Okay, 25K. All right.
right.
Thanks for that.
Go ahead.
Oh.
Oh, no problem. Go ahead. So first of all, let me just commend you for having a lighter air of room for this conversation. Is
Sure.
I see these. I don't get on TikTok often. First of all, but when I get on, I see the conversations, and it always
Mhm.
feels like when I go into these kinds of chats, there's so much like all the way left, all the way right. There's so much tension in the middle, and it feels much more pleasant, like an actual conversation. So
We try,
I appreciate
yeah.
you and your team opening up the space that way.
Oh, good.
And
I'm
I
glad
gotta
you like
commend
that.
you. You had so much patience for the 18-year-old, so much patience. I'm a special needs teacher. Okay. And I have a lot of patience, but you had so much patience for the 18-year-old to just like let him speak and, go back and forth. So I really commend you because that's something, a skill that a lot of people don't have.
Oh, well, appreciate that. Yeah. I try the best I can.
So I will say this, and I'm speaking to any and everybody that falls on whatever side of this particular spectrum.
Okay.
In my life, I went through what people would consider, because we don't have a word for it, and not many other faiths do, but what in the one in the Amish community, they have what's called a rumspringa, where you kind of leave what you have been raised to believe, right? And then you go out and you experience the world in different ways.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So I did that for an exceptionally long time. I was born and raised, and I'm ethnically and what people, I guess, would consider religiously. I was raised religiously Jewish.
Okay.
And so, but after having what you would consider to be a rumspringa, on the other side of things, I came to have an understanding of what I saw in I think it was either Bruce Almighty or Evan Almighty, where Morgan Freeman, who played
Bruce
God,
Almighty.
said everybody's
Almighty.
got it a little bit right.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry.
It was Bruce Almighty.
Where he said okay, it was Bruce Almighty, where he says everybody's got it a little bit right. Right. So every group has it a little bit right.
Okay.
And so having had that like cemented in my mind and going through and experiencing, I went to all different kinds of churches, Jehovah's Witness, Universal Unitarian, Catholic, Buddhist, Baptist, like everything. I went,
Okay.
experienced all of these things to see, to try to get an understanding, right? Who has it right? Because I wanted to be on the right path. And it wasn't until I had a near death experience where like literally the lights were going completely out, right? Where I had what so many people who have had a near death experience say,
Yeah.
that they talk to God,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
And in that time space, what happened with me was something that I don't know how to put into words. I don't know how to explain what happened other than what actually happened.
I got you.
This entity who I never saw,
Mhm.
I never actually heard the voice, but I understood everything that was being told to me.
Okay.
I never saw a physical presence, but I understood what was being told to me. Like I was in the middle of a panic attack.
Okay.
And what was being told to me is you need to get control or you're going to be lost. You're going to, you're going to expire.
Okay. I got you. So,
And
go ahead. Go ahead and
at that
finish.
moment I couldn't,
Mhm.
I could not, because I already have an anxiety disorder and I could not get control of my breath. Right. And
I understand.
this entity said, okay, I'm going to send you some help. Your friend is going to come around the corner and literally did the count 3, 2, 1. And my best friend walked in the room.
Okay.
Right. So I saw things in during that time frame. And what ended up being the cause was my potassium had dropped to critical. And I was literally, it was critically low, which was mean I was going to expire.
Okay.
And so in that time frame, I just had that experience. Coming out of that experience, what I learned is that I don't know my great grandmother's name 5 generations back, but I know that I exist because she exists.
Okay.
And what I learned is that everything that exists has a creator, right? And so I
This is what
think the
you-
concept
This is what you found out during your NDE.
after
Am I hearing that?
No, after my NDE, right?
Okay.
It was like there was a whole bunch of information that was being downloaded into my brain that I wasn't able to understand or receive at the time, but afterwards
Interesting.
it took so long to process the information, and what was left is exactly what that quote was in the movie.
Okay.
Everybody's
Gotcha.
got it a little bit right.
Okay.
So the
Okay.
understanding
I got
of
you.
everybody or everything has a creator, right?
Okay. I got
And
two
you
things.
may not know what. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I don't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
No. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead and finish what you're saying, because and then I got 2 ways to approach this, but yeah.
Okay. And so having the understanding that everything in existence has a creator,
Okay.
and those creators can go back far enough than we are as humans can calculate, right?
Okay.
But it doesn't mean that they exist. And human beings have this very natural bad ability to be able to take information and misconstrue it and turn it into weapons of power.
Okay.
And because they turn it into weapons of power, that means when you receive the information, it may get to you differently than the way it gets to me. It may get to somebody else differently than it got to either one of us, which leads to ideologies where you and I don't see the world the same.
Okay, gotcha. Let me stop you right there, because it's a lot to process, and you've been going on for about 5 minutes. So I think I
Sorry.
understand. No, you're fine. I think I understand where you're coming from, because you just said, hey, I got downloaded all this information, so you're trying to sum everything up in just a short amount of time. So it sounds like you have a lot to say. But we have to kind of take this in small bits here. So that's why I'm kind of jumping in at this point. But there's kind of two ways we can approach this. So I think the first way I want to do it is I want to understand the NDE itself, because I invited my friend here, Forever Atheist, who also had an NDE. He also had an NDE. Now, for Forever Atheist, could you explain to us what happened during your NDE?
Oh yeah. The feelings I had was kind of like a little bit of fear, but kind of like joy at the same time. It's kind of hard to explain, but it was. I had the feelings of like I was flying, seeing light. That I was kind of drawn towards, but nothing really explained to me that this is a provable thing of an afterlife. I mean, we all have some of what the same experiences, because your brain starts to go into survival mode because you have lack of oxygen. My heart stopped for over 3 minutes, and that's why I had this.
Yeah. But in your mind, you didn't get any like understanding from it, or like it didn't say, oh, this is afterlife, or there's like a higher power or anything like that. It was just like this euphoric feeling. That's what it sounds like.
Exactly.
With some fear.
Exactly. So I can't really explain to say, oh yeah, this is some sort of outside deity, or this is what it's like to ascend into an afterlife or anything like that. No,
Yeah.
It didn't convince me of anything really.
Yeah. And then 25K, sorry, just one more thing. 25K, also what we have is a study from that was published last March, and it's in the March 2025 edition of Nature, which is like one of the preeminent like scientific journals, right? And the study was by a bunch of neuroscientists who looked at NDEs, and what they were able to, what their observations and research told them is that there is a very high link, like a strong link to NDEs and increase of carbon dioxide in the brain. And that in many of the cases, there was a higher than normal increase of carbon dioxide in the brain. And this led to these feelings of like euphoria, or what you have experienced, like visions, or like what you saw and experienced. And they were able to see this over like thousands of different case studies. And then the most interesting part of this 25K is they were able to pinpoint in the brain where this comes from, where these NDEs come from. Like it lights up parts of the brain. And in all the patients who had experienced traumatic brain injury to that region of the brain, none of them had an NDE. 0. So if this was like from beyond, because I think that's what you're kind of getting at, is like this was from beyond, how come then that if they were able to pinpoint where it comes in the brain, and then if that part of the brain is damaged in any way, there is no NDE?
I'm not. Are you saying? Can you explain what you mean by NDE in this term? Because
Near death experience.
In my definition, in my definition, what I'm understanding just NDE is just that you almost checked out, that you almost expired. But it sounds to me like you're saying you're meaning it that the experience of what they actually experienced.
It means that
psychologically
it means that you're clinically dead for a period of time. And that, and then there's still brain activity. That's what it means.
Okay, so I was never clinically expired.
Oh,
So
got it. So this wasn't an NDE. Got it. Well,
so-
technically, wasn't
no,
an NDE.
I was very close to expiring because
I got you.
my potassium had hit critical.
Yeah, you had hit
And
critical.
so had I not made it to the hospital, I would have expired.
Yeah, glad you made it
So-
to the hospital. Yeah. Go ahead, Amy.
Yeah. So 25K. Do you understand the like the science that is happening behind the scenes whenever these type of things happen?
Well, yeah, I understand science because I did extensive research, but
Okay, yeah. So
after
then you know,
learning that I had a potassium deficiency.
yeah. Well, so then you know that like whenever your body gets to this level, I mean, let's face it, it's a trauma event, and your brain does this miraculous thing whenever trauma is introduced, and it affects you in certain ways. And whenever it comes to this particular topic, the way it affects you is that it says, "Hey, something's about to happen that is like life ending. So we're going to flood the brain with these chemicals, so that way it eases the person into this, right? So that way it's not like a big major thing." And so your brain like floods itself with chemicals, and then it causes different things such as visions and quote unquote visions. It's basically like a dream state that it sends you to this place, so that way it can kind of ease yourself into it, right? So I'm just very curious on how, looking at the science of it all and understanding that aspect.
I understand where any person would believe that, you know, that there's things that you can't explain, but just like Forever, I think is his name, saying when you go through this, the entire experience, as I said, it was my very first statement is I honestly can't explain it to you in words, because what you go through when you're that close to death's door, it honestly is something that you cannot explain. And
Understood.
in my research, the only reason why it can't be explained is because of the chemical that it releases, the MDT, the chemical that brings you life and the chemical that brings life, right? And they do make it in synthetic form. Some people use it as a drug, but it is only something that your brain produces when you're that close. And so because of that, I don't think of it as something that would cause you to have any sort of psychosis. It's the chemical that brings you life. It's the chemical that brings life.
That particular chemical, though, is known as a hallucinogenic. That's why people take that. It's a hallucinogen. It causes you to see things. So that's
again, it being that, but being that it is the chemical, when you take it, when you're not taking a natural form of it. When people are using it to get high, that's not the actual form. It's a synthetic. So the natural form, I'm absolutely positive, has a different effect, as it literally was necessary for life and expiration. And so what I experienced, as Forever agree with, it's not something that you can honestly explain, because it doesn't sound believable, because nobody experiences it to the point where they can understand it. The people who experience it upon expiration don't know how to explain it to you unless they come back.
Understood.
And so for me, when that experience happened to me, coming out of it and having all this information explained to me, all I can tell you in the aftermath is that I saw things that kind of solidified for me, because I was in my Rumspringa, and in my Rumspringa, I was trying to determine if there was a creator altogether.
Okay.
Right. And in that moment, that information, once it was done processing, all I was left with is everybody's got a little bit right. And you don't know your great grandmother's name 9 generations back, but you know that she existed, and you exist because she did.
Okay.
So at some point, everything in existence has a creator, but what we understand or believe what the creators are is not written in those books.
Okay. Then that case, then are you saying then that God has a creator too? If everything that exists has a creator?
Yes.
Got it. And then who created that God?
What we know as time and what we know as what the explanations are not written.
Okay.
It's too large for us to be able to understand or contemplate.
Understood.
Just like with space, right? Space is so wide, we don't know where it begins or ends. It's the same thing with our existence. We don't know where it begins or ends. And the only thing that we have been told has been written, and those writings have been changed, misconstrued, added to, taken away from, blah, 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 blah.
Oh yeah,
You know
yeah,
these
yeah.
things.
I agree with you on that one. Okay, so now here this kind
Right.
of leads into the second thing I was going to the second way I was going to address this. So I had a really long conversation a long time ago with a Hindu monk. And this Hindu monk actually expressed a lot of the same experience that you're talking about. He would go into meditation, and he said that in the course of his meditation, that he tapped into what he described as the singular consciousness, and that the singular consciousness, he experienced a download of information, and that confirmed for him that Hinduism is true. Totally true. So he didn't say, like what you're saying, that it's a little bit of everybody with somebody, or, everybody has a little bit right. No, he said it confirmed for him that Hinduism is true and everybody else is wrong. And so, he said it this way. He said it would be like someone trying to explain to somebody what honey tastes like if they've never tasted it before. If the other person has never tasted it before. So it's a lot like what you're trying to say. And and he said, hey, I can't really explain it. I just know it to be true. And, and the best thing I can do for you to do is to tell you if you want to know what I know, you just have to do what I do. You have to just meditate. You have to do these, you have to do these things. You have to do this, work with the guru, read your Vedas, read the Bhagavad Gita, all that stuff. And he said, and then it'll happen for you. Now, does that make what he says true? Because see, now we have two competing experiences here. So how would we, because there's 3 outsiders here that you're talking, well, 4, including me. So 4 of us outsiders here. What would you suggest that we do to test whether what you're saying is true versus what he's saying is true?
I have always been the kind of person, because I'm a special needs teacher, right?
Mhm.
And as a practice, I have to teach people how to put things together by placing things in a strategic way so that
Right.
they're able to understand, right? I don't expect you to go out and try to get yourself an NDE so that the information can
No, I
come
won't
to
be
you.
doing that.
Right?
Yeah.
Right? So I always tell people this. You don't know who your great grandparents are, right? You don't know.
Yeah, you're right about that. Well, I know who my great grandparents are, but my 9th great grandparents, no, I don't know who they are.
Right.
Yeah.
That's
9
what I'm saying.
going 9
You don't know,
generations
but
back.
you
No.
know that right. We don't know who they are, but we know they exist
Mhm.
at some point.
Mhm.
We also, and please, I am not trying to be in any way, shape, fashion, or form racist. I'm just pointing out facts. We as Americans of color, we know all too well, and I mean, it's not like everybody else doesn't know. We all know that colonization included indoctrination, right?
Oh,
You
for
do
sure.
what I say,
Without a doubt.
you believe what I say,
Mhm.
you know what I mean? So, and that's not something that started, at American slavery. That's something that started at the beginning. Like it goes way back. You know what I'm saying? Like even in the Torah, right? The first thing that was given to Moses to do was to free the slaves. That was the first thing,
Mhm.
right? So if you believe in that, if that's what you ascribe to, then you would understand that obviously the first thing that Yahweh said was wrong was slavery. Like, hello. So, but then you go on to read additional stuff in that same book that says, oh, it's okay to have them,
Yeah.
and blah, blah, blah. So there's contradictions. So if you can see blatantly in your face that there's contradictions, you probably should go a different route, right? That's a building block.
You hear that, everybody? Totally agree with you, 100%. And that's essentially what we've been saying like every day here. Yeah, absolutely, 100%
Right,
agree. Oh
that's a
my
building-
goodness, 100% agree with you.
That's a building block, right? You go to the New Testament, not trying to down anybody that chooses to be Christian, but I'm just saying, especially to people of color, like, hello, the same person that is supposed to be your Messiah is
Say less.
you guys
Say
believe
less.
Well, wait, but hold on. You guys
Oh no,
believe
I'm not.
in
I'm
the
just.
Ten
I'm just
Commandments.
like, yes, I'm with you. Say less.
Yeah, you believe in the Ten Commandments, and the first one is thou shalt put no others before me, but you just slid the son right on into a trinity and put them side by side
I
and
don't think
thought
I
that
even
that
have to
was
say
okay.
anything.
That
You
doesn't
know
make
what?
sense to
25K.
me.
I'm just gonna have you up here from now on. You just explain this to everybody because you saying it a lot better than I am. I only say this every day, and you have explained it like 300 times better than I ever could. I mean, yeah.
I'm just saying, like, and then also remember, like, there's literally no book in either the old or the new written by anybody with ovaries. Not bringing the feminism in. I'm just saying, like, women had nothing
Oh,
to
bring it
say.
in.
So that brings me
Absolutely.
to but no, that brings me to the mother. Like,
Mhm.
this is you all's Messiah's mother. Like, I wouldn't think that any woman throughout all of history would be more important, right? So then why didn't she get to write the story?
Right.
Why wasn't her testimony good enough? Right? You know, like, there's so many contradictions there, right? You all, there's anti-Semitism in the world, but the greatest Messiah was supposed to be Jewish, y'all. I don't understand. I don't understand. So there's so many things where there's contradictions. So when you can clearly see there's contradictions, slide on out of there. Catholic
Mhm.
Church people, hey, I'm glad that y'all want to be good people, but y'all have thousands of people that abuse children in your church around the world. You should probably slide on out of there. I'm just saying, like, if you can clearly see that there's contradictions and they don't add up, it either means you're burying your head in the sand and you don't want to know the truth, or you're just willfully stupid. One, I don't know. But I
Yep.
just can say that there's plenty of evidence to show you that there's so many contradictions that the only thing you can do is accept facts. Fact is, I don't know my great grandmother 9 generations back, but I know that she existed because I breathe.
Mhm.
So however
True.
many generations that go
Thank you.
back to who my creators were, they're obviously and then that's the other
I
thing.
got
That's
you.
my greatest thing. You said make them in our image. That's a plural. So
Mhm.
why do we always say he, which is a singular? I don't understand that.
Absolutely.
Contradictions. So
Absolutely.
sometimes there's too many contradictions for me to say ascribe to this
Absolutely.
faith, belief, or religion. And I believe that just like any good parent, right? I have children. I'm a mother. These are the rules of my house. I built this house. These are the rules of my house. I believe that any of our creators would have done the same exact things. Hey, I built this house. These are the rules of the house. These are the good things. These are the bad things. These are things to stay away from. These are things to eat and blah, blah, blah. So you can find in those books where it points to those specific things, right? If you believe they're true, fine. If you don't, fine. But it's based off of what you want, how you want to live your life. I personally think the 10 Commandments are good things to follow to be a good human being. Sure, make sure you take the day off, give your body some rest. Hey, make sure you honor your parents. They gave you life, they took care of you. Hey, don't cheat on the person that you told you're going to love. Those sound like good things to me.
Some of
So
them are.
why not
Yeah.
follow them? Right. I don't need to claim to be this group or that group or this group to believe in how to be a good moral person. So why isn't it just that? Just be a good moral
Yeah.
person.
Yeah. So, Ember, you want to say something, then Hammy?
I was going to let Hammy go first, but I can go ahead and go. The one thing that I wanted to bring up, and somebody else in comments brought it up, 25K, I've had the low potassium before, so the hypokalemia, and I'm sure that you've done a lot of reading and research on it, but I want to bring up the fact that hypokalemia can also lead to psychosis. Because your brain is not getting the nutrients that it needs, and it can lead to hallucinations. It can lead to psychosis. So it is possible that the things that you were seeing were a result of the low potassium and the brain not functioning properly.
I agree with everything that someone would have to say, but the things that I didn't see them. I experienced them.
Felt them.
And I stated this at the beginning. I did not see
Oh,
a
I
physical
understand,
entity,
but that can
and I
also
did not.
be a hallucination.
I
The
understand.
feelings,
Again,
the
I'm a special
feelings.
needs teacher. I am highly aware of what psychosis that people can have, and I've done this for over 30 years. So that's not I can't explain how felt someone who wasn't telling me that my best friend was going to walk around the corner in 3 seconds and she was around the corner in 3 seconds. I don't know how to explain that, and I don't know how that happened, but
Possible
that's
you
exactly
heard
how it
her
happened.
subconsciously. It's possible that your brain heard her coming around the corner,
It's quite
and
possible, but
your nervous
there were a
system
lot
said
of
she was coming around. So just personally, the reason that I say this is because there's a lot of other reasons that you could have had this experience, these feelings, than it being a god or a higher being. And it's difficult to place this. It must be God when we have many other logical explanations that could be possible. Does that make sense?
sure. But if that's the thing is it's the same concept of a person who wants to believe that apple juice is good for their nutrition when a doctor is telling them that it's good in moderation, but
Mm-hmm.
not if you drink it all day, every day.
Mm-hmm.
You
Mm-hmm.
understand what I mean? It's
Yes,
basically
I don't see the comparison or the similarity between those two things of
well, he
the
did.
low
He understood.
potassium create. Oh, okay. Okay.
No, he was just nodding to the fact
No,
that
I
he
understand, but
understands the
I'm the one who
correlation.
was trying to talk to you
I
about
was
it, and
I was acknowledging it. That's all I was doing.
he
Yeah.
was acknowledging. That doesn't mean that he was saying yes.
I wasn't agreeing. I was just acknowledging, like, I hear you. Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, yeah. I just don't see the similarities of the two, because drinking apple juice, like, we know that apple juice is real. We know that apples are a fruit. We know that they are good for us in moderation. We have evidence of these things. We have scientific studies of these things, but we don't have a scientific study besides it being a neurological thing happening
Start the poll, everybody.
for these NDEs. And I'll stop soon, but there's no evidence to suggest that it is a spiritual experience. The only evidence we have is natural means.
Yeah.
I mean, there is evidence that multiple people over multiple centuries have experienced very similar things
But
during
a Hindu
NDEs.
person, right? But what Trust has talked about as well is that a Hindu person may have an NDE about their Hindu gods. Depending on where you grew up, vastly can change the NDE experience that you have. So if you grew up within Christianity or that culture, you're more likely to have an Abrahamic god show up to you. But if you grew up in a different culture, you are less likely to have
Right,
that.
but
You're more likely
I did
to have
clearly
an
state that
NDE of the other.
right, but I did
I
clearly
understand
state
that
that the concept of what we believe as a god is probably false. That there are multiple creators,
understand.
as if that there's currently 8.5 billion creators or possible creators on Earth right now.
I understand. But you still had a spiritual experience because you were brought up within spiritual things, right? You were in your Rumspringa. You were brought up religiously Jewish, or in faith, not just in culture. So this was seeped into your brain, and so your brain is going to be more likely to go to some kind of supernatural thing than somebody who has not been brought up in that.
That's all we're saying. Well, hey, 25K. We did do the poll, and then folks have decided to move on, so we're out of time. But hey, I appreciate you coming up and sharing your views.
Oh, no
and
problem.
thank you for
Thanks.
the
It was a
cordial
great
conversation.
conversation.
Yeah, same. I enjoyed it. So have a good day. Enjoy the rest of your day.
You too.
All right. All right.
Well, it's okay.
No,
I
you
had
can go.
just
Yeah.
just for everybody in the room, because I'm not gonna lie, I did not know this beforehand to see if maybe what she said when talking about the NDE experiences and the three-letter shrug experiences, that they might be different. So I was like, you know what? Let me go ahead and check it out. So I came across an article published in the National Library of Medicine that says right here, first of all, it says potential similarities between both subject states have been noted previously, including the subjective feeling of transcending one's body and entering an alternative realm, perceiving and communicating with sentient entities, and themes related to unaliving. So that thing where she said that she was experiencing this being, it says it right there.
Yeah.
And then whenever you scroll, when you get down to, and this of course is the abstract, but it tells you basically what it found. And what it says it found was, it says, furthermore, we found a significant overlap in nearly all of the NDE phenomenological features when comparing the three-letter shrug-induced NDEs with a matched group of actual NDE experiencers. Those results reveal a striking similarity between these states that warrants further investigation. So, if we know that both shrug-induced and regular NDEs experiences the same things, it's kind of hard to believe that hers is special to where it's that, but more.
Yeah. And you know what? I will grant it was probably very intense for her, very personal to her. But yeah, it's but then we kind of get into the realm of falsifiability. Like we have no way to falsify it. And that's the problem, right? Because can't really tell, her experience versus the Hindu monk's experience versus like Forever Atheist experience, all the other people who have had NDEs and felt nothing, or who have been in a similar situation, like a severe panic attack and felt nothing or saw nothing, heard nothing, they're just so vastly different. And so, I think it came down to, I know what I saw. That's kind of what I was hearing from the end of that, but interesting stuff. Yeah. So we have a super chat from Rod Blow something for $100 in Mexican money. Says, question, what's the average age of the dead relatives that people claim to see in some NDEs? I mean, is grandma supposed to be old and ugly for eternity? Thanks. That's a pretty good question. And I think that kind of speaks to what Hammy and Ethereal were saying, is that, and correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but basically what you guys were speaking to is that the NDE seems to be very personalized, and it really blends in the person's like perceptions, beliefs, upbringing, all that stuff, and it has this experience. And so I think it's going to depend. Yeah, you're right. Do they see like what grandma looked like at the what they last remember her, or is she actually like the person she actually is, if she's a spirit or something like that? Yeah, that's a great question. And
I think,
yeah, go ahead, Hemi. Go ahead and take it.
I was going to say that I think because in this study, like the mean age of the participants was about 37. And it's like they have a standard deviation of like 8 years. So, like, if we're going off of that, you're probably going to be thinking about grandma in the way you think about her most often. So, if she's younger, in your NDE, if you see grandma, then it's going to be younger grandma. If it's older grandma, then you're going to experience older grandma.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Exactly. So yeah. And that's why I said at the outset, if you're going to use personal experience as your evidence that God is real, the next step is we're going to start asking you, well, in comparison to all these other personal experiences, then how do you demonstrate that yours is true and theirs aren't? And, because if you're saying, well, mine confirms that there's this God, well, theirs for them confirms that there's these other gods. So you're going to have to show us, well, how do we tell the difference? Because as far as at least I can tell, there doesn't seem to be a difference to me. And we can't separate that from, say, was it a dream? Was it a hallucinatory experience or anything like that? So that's kind of where we're at. And, so if we can't tell, which personal, if there's no way to falsify it or to test it, then, I don't know what we're going to do at that point. All right. New guest, son of the primordial mother. How you doing?
What's up, brother?
Hey,
Doing good. How about you?
I'm doing well. So, just for TikTok purposes, how old are you?
I'm 23.
Okay, very good. And then which God do you believe in? The God of the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran?
Well, I don't believe in the word God because I think that's just what humans use to simplify something that can't be explained. But
Okay.
I'm also believe, because I'm an omnist, I believe every religion plays its role to understanding something that's kind of incomprehensible.
Okay. I think I want to stick to people who believe in one of the three Abrahamic gods, but I appreciate you coming up.
Okay, cool.
All right. And okay, let's move on to the next guest. So yeah, if you're in the queue, please be at least 18, believer in the God of the Bible, the Torah, the Quran, and then and I know the 25K kind of slipped through, but have evidence that your God is real. All right, let's move to the next one.
Would you like me to put this this article in the Discord?
Yeah, that'd be great. And then we'll pin it later. Thank you, Hammy. How you doing, Scarlet Raven?
He can put it.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. One sec, Scarlet Raven. Sorry, we're doing a little bit of housekeeping here. One sec. What were you saying, Ember?
He can put it in the STEM education section, maybe. You don't have just a science one.
Oh yeah, it turned into debate, didn't it?
Yeah. So we should do a science. We should make a science thing, but that's more. Sorry, that's more housekeeping for the Discord.
Yeah,
but yeah,
we
I
can
would
throw it
say,
in STEM.
One of the science.
Yeah.
Yeah, STEM. The STEM education. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Very good. Thanks, Hammy. Appreciate that. That's interesting. Yeah. All right. Sorry, Scarlet Raven. Thanks for waiting. All right. Just for TikTok purposes, how old are you?
I forgot.
You over
36. Sorry.
Okay. All right. Very good. Well, I was going to make it easy for you and say, are you over 18? Then you don't have to. Then you have to think about it too hard. All right. You are over 18. Gotcha. Hey, you know what? I'm way over 18 and I forget sometimes. So I'm like, oh yeah, he's over 18. It's all good. All right. Which God do you believe in?
I'm not going to take neither, but I'm not going to take much of your time. I didn't realize there were rules before I joined.
Oh, yeah.
But
yeah.
I just wanted to bring up two facts, and then I'll 86 myself.
Okay.
But two of them, 25K has already touched base on once. It's about the contradictions in the Bible.
Oh, yeah.
The thing is that's going to help you with these debates is letting them know that it's not just a little, it's not just countless. It's a great majority of the Bible is nothing but contradictions.
Oh, for sure. Totally agree.
Anyone can look it up at any time. It's not going to give you fake verses, chapters, none of it. It's all going to be something you can look up at your Bible at your side, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And topic number 2. Good luck finding it because it's always removed, but someone always puts it back up. There was an episode on 60 Minutes, I would say maybe about 20 years ago, and the video would pop up on the internet but always disappear.
Mm-hmm.
It is an excommunicated bishop for the Catholic Church. I don't know if you heard about this, but he said in his time with the Vatican, he seen some documents, and he even asked his superiors about what he saw. And what he learned was The devil was in fact invented so they could bring in money.
Yeah, wouldn't sounds reasonable to me. I mean, there's a whole lot of motivation to it. So, yeah, I think I heard something like that a long time ago. Yeah, I think I heard something about that. It was a long time ago, though.
But yeah,
Yeah.
if you could probably find it, it's probably going to be touch and go on if they could find it or not, because it's almost always hunted down.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, hey, Scarlet Raven, I appreciate you coming up. Yeah.
Yep. You guys have a good day.
All right. Have a good day. All right. Yeah, I think I heard something about that a long time ago. But then, I think the other side of that is that then that is an unfalsifiable claim, right? Because now it's just one person's claim, which then everybody can say, well, sour grapes, you got excommunicated, and he's just, you could say that. But I would say, I take that on the other side of it. I take that as the same as just like the first guest, all the claims the first guest was making about spirits and souls and all this other stuff. It's like, I would want to test the claim and, try to falsify it. But, the other part of me, the skeptical part of me is like, well, I wouldn't put it past him. I mean, it's not like the Catholic Church hasn't hidden things before. So, wouldn't put it past him.
Church hiding things?
Church hiding
Never.
things? No. Yeah, exactly.
That's unheard of. Trust.
Exactly. Yeah, it's unheard of. Exactly. I don't think it's a waste of time, Your Echo. And the reason why it's not a waste of time is because what we're doing is we're also trying to promote like rational thought here. Like, I think one of the things is a lot of people do watch and lurk in the hallways. They're not actually in the chat. They're watching from a distance and they're not actually participating. And some of these people are considering or are, freshly indoctrinated into these religions, and they have to see like what these answers are, because I think a lot of it also is that people also are hearing these answers like within their own bubble. And to talk to somebody that can press them on these things and question them just kind of gets them thinking. I mean, I do this every day, and every day I run into, you guys see this all the time, chat, where I hit those moments where cognitive dissonance sets in. And I know a lot of times it's because the person hasn't considered, oh, well, no one's ever asked me that before. And they're going to have to actually, yeah. So it's not really a waste of time, because what we're trying to do is we're trying to get to rational thought, right? Because I firmly believe that, a lot of religions, they teach you what to think. They don't teach you how to think. So, all right, next guest. How's it going, Andre?
Good. How you doing?
Doing well. Thanks for waiting. TikTok purposes, how old are you?
31.
All right. And which God do you believe in? The God of the Bible, the Torah, the Quran?
I'm agnostic, so
okay.
I just have one question.
Yeah, sure.
I kind of get what you're getting at. So I kind of get your intent. My question would be, like, why are you asking for evidence when it's impossible for someone to provide it for you?
The reason why is because if I just sit up here and say there is no evidence, or it's impossible for you guys to provide evidence, all I'll get is nuh-uh. But see, it starts the conversation into where this is going to go. What is your evidence that God is real? So you would agree that in order to believe in something that's true, you would need evidence, right? You need reasons.
Typically, yeah.
Yeah. And so that's the other part of this is, like, I don't know if you were around for the first conversation I had. Like, the guy, just every question I asked, every point I made, he said, that's a good point, but let me tell you about this. And it was all of the indoctrinated stuff that he went through. It was just all of that. And so when people see that on display, when you see it from a third person perspective, it looks way different than if you're in the first person. And so maybe this person will go back and watch the replay on YouTube, like later tonight or tomorrow sometime. And then he'll see oh, geez, why is it that I believe in something and I have no evidence of it? Because I mean, I asked him that point blank like 2 or 3 times, and maybe that'll get him thinking, right? And so when I talk about evidence that God is real, I'm planting a seed in saying, you should have evidence to believe in things so that you think they're true.
And you would also agree, and Andre, right, that faith is not a really great, reliable pathway to truth, right?
Sorry, someone called me. Can you say it again?
Oh yeah, I said, and you would agree that faith is not a great, reliable pathway to truth, right?
I mean, yeah, it's called faith, right? So
right. I mean,
the very
you and
word
I,
is.
yeah, you and I would agree about that. But the thing is like I remember from like my Christian days, like being stuck in the bubble of always being around fellow believers, and there's a lot of them that will come up here and they would be like, well, this is where faith comes in. But I have my evidence is my faith, and they don't know that because they've never been told, hey, this is not a reliable pathway to truth.
Yeah.
And if you explain this to them, they tend to be like, oh, because you can sit there and be like, well, a Hindu has faith, a Norse pagan has faith. All these people have faith. So is the faith in their God evidence for their God? And then they have to stop and be like, well, no. And then it gets them to start thinking again.
Andre, were you ever a believer? Or have you always been agnostic? Or
Yeah, no, I was raised Catholic, and I was atheist for a long time, and now I'm like vaguely agnostic because, so what's his name, Hammy was saying about truth. I've come to learn truth isn't necessarily the thing that is always the most beneficial. But one good example I could present is, you'll have to bear with me here through my stumblings.
Yeah, it's all right. There's nobody else in the queue, so you got time. So go ahead.
So there's a study done on people who are depressed versus people who weren't depressed, and they were playing a video game, and they were all evaluated afterwards, being asked how they thought they did.
Yeah.
And the people that were depressed had way more accurate answers for how they did in the video game. And that sort of thing kind of stuck with me, and it kind of leads to my next point is I understand that people take Catholicism or whatever religion the wrong way, but at the end of the day, if it's a net benefit for someone, then I think that deviation from truth could be overall beneficial for them.
Okay, I see what you're
You know
saying.
what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Now, what if that net benefit for that person results in harming another person?
I would call into, I feel like at that point you could call into like personal responsibility. I mean, I guess you could give a more specific example, but
yeah, I can
I-
give you an example. I can give you an easy example.
One of the biggest examples here in the States is like the Southern Baptist Church, right?
Mhm.
Like if I like, let's say that I'm a Southern Baptist and I'm like, well, my faith, it's getting me through the day, but I just so happen to belong to the Southern Baptist Church, where I go out there and I protest against, people who are not like me, and I tend to cause a lot of violence towards those people. And I tend to also, start voting in ways that make sure that people who are not like me don't get the same access to this country as the people who are like me. And so like these things, like it's fine to sit there, like it's one thing to sit there and say, well, faith, if it's trapped in a bubble, then we're fine, cool, whatever. But your beliefs affect your actions, and your actions can affect the way you vote, and the way you vote can cause serious harm to massive amounts of people at the same time.
It can even
Right now.
Yeah, we're seeing that right now, or it can manifest itself in another way. That's one way it can do it, but it can manifest itself in another way in which, queer kids are getting sent to conversion camps because their parents are like, fundamentally religious and strictly religious, and they're trying, and you have the quote unquote pray the gay away movements and all this other stuff. And, there is just mountains of research of how harmful that is to the children this is, that this is happening to, as well as adults who believe this and then try to live a quote unquote straight life and then end up, causing themselves and other people, long-term like trauma and damage. So it's just things like that.
I see.
Mhm.
So you guys are talking about essentially separation of church and state, and how
Yeah,
the line
absolutely.
isn't as clear as it should be,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, and Gigi Cologne in the chat. Another one is the blood doctrine in Jehovah's Witnesses. Kids dying because they're not getting transfusions. Just things like that. Sorry, Ember, you were gonna say.
I was just going to say there is no line anymore, and there never was much of a line in the first place
Yeah.
because because churches have always not been taxed. And so like that's literally just collusion of the church and the state right there.
Mhm.
And that causes a ton a ton of corruption. People can start cults and get recognized as a religion, as a religious group, and start getting like tax benefits from it, and can start getting all of these other things. Plus, the churches are not beholden to really anything because they don't have to pay taxes, and they just get a ton of money from their untaxed money from their congregants. And so it just sure, there may have been some semblance of a line in the past, but really Christianity has been embedded into our American culture from the beginning.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you guys are talking about more of a systemic hive mind consequence of a
It's a cult.
doctrine.
Yeah. We're trying to get, we're speaking out against cultish behavior.
Okay.
Yeah, these are cults that have popularity and time on their side.
And
Yeah.
the thing is that like the harm, like Dr. Joe in the comments also said that, like these, the religious engagement, you can get that elsewhere. Like that like the quote unquote benefits from religiosity is gained elsewhere. And if people like, especially because I don't know where you live, but I live in Texas. I live in the Bible Belt. Like I literally like right across the street from where I live is a church. And then across the other street, the other direction is another church. Like I live where churches like are bundled up close by each other. Right. And so, one of the problems is that a lot of these people, they may not know that, hey, some of them, like, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that everyone is a non-believer in church. I don't believe that whatsoever. I think there are true believers in the church. However, there are probably also some who don't realize that same inclusion, that same benefits that they can get from church can be gained elsewhere as well.
Exactly.
That's interesting. That's something that I think could reduce a lot of the friction in regards to trying to convince people away from their faith, because the reason why I've remained agnostic for so long, or I guess recently kind of came to it, is because faith can serve as so to speak a free bingo space if you will for happiness or purpose. So being able to have a bad day, and I think you mentioned this earlier, being able to have a bad day and think, oh, someone's watching my back, there's someone out there, I need to be a decent person. But I get what you guys are saying too, along the lines of, some people just take it the wrong way and they let their ego get involved into it and let themselves be hateful.
Yeah.
So I get what you guys are saying.
Mm-hmm.
I would actually venture to say that faith takes away from those things. It takes away from critical thinking. It takes away from you being able to notice the reality around you. Takes away from, like, say you have a bad day, right? And you're like, what did I do wrong, right? Am I sinning too much? Have I angered this God? It can create much more depression, much more anxiety than not having faith, than just going to meditate for an hour a day, or even just 15-20 minutes a day can have a profound effect on the nervous system. I should definitely meditate more, but it can have a profound effect on the nervous system without those kinds of anxieties also coming into the picture.
I can kind of get that. So it's you're basically saying, like, someone who might not have the wherewithal to, play this dancing game between their self-agency and, looking at faith. I mean, I feel like faith is just an ingredient in that, in that more micro example. But then again, I understand how that can blow up in the macro to, I mean, look at it this way. You take any group of people, you're going to find the same distribution of temperaments. So, the squeaky wheels, the really loud people that are going to, let their ego take them and run with it. I mean, that's just going to happen. So
Yeah.
I guess the question just boils down to what doctrine is most susceptible to, control freaks taking it and running with it.
Oh,
right?
well, the one there, I can tell you.
Last
that there's
question, then
one
we have
doctrine.
somebody in the guest queue. So go ahead.
The one doctrine across the board, whenever it comes to Christians, which is the most harmful to Christians, is the fact that is the doctrine that says you are a low down, dirty person who deserves hell, and the only way that you even remotely deserve a crumb of God's grace is if you accept your Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, who unalived on the cross for your sins. That right there is one of the most dangerous ones.
Literally
because
says
it
we're
tells
dirty
you,
rags in the Bible. It calls us dirty rags.
It puts you as low as the low, and it says, but guess what? I have the solution for you. It's snake oil salesman.
Yeah, no, I get that. I mean,
It's a cult.
just, personally, I've, in the beginning of the Bible, I'm not super well versed in the Bible, but I know it's very close to the beginning. We were made in His image. So when I hear that, I hear it as, oh, you can be, a regular person that cares about people, and then you can partition your mind or your spirit to incorporate the elements of the faith in a way that's beneficial to you and everyone around you. So again, even though those things are there in the doctrine, it comes down to the individual person. So if those doctrines were to vanish, I feel like that would just create a vacuum. And then when other political issues would come along, people would just make that their new dogma. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that to me, that's almost I may even take that over a religious dogma that promotes things like slavery and genocide and and in other religions, children getting raped and things of that sort. So I might be okay with that. I'm willing to take that risk because this is, because I like I said, Andre, I do this every day, and you've got people. I talk to people who try to defend, things like their God commanding and allowing rape, their God commanding and allowing daughters being sold into slavery. I talk to Muslim people who are trying to defend their prophet, police be upon him, marrying a 6-year-old and consummating the marriage when she was 9. Just these things that people would not in their right mind advocate for. But for some reason, when you throw a God into the mix, suddenly it makes it okay. And
No, Forrest.
yeah, and
Forrest
this
had a
leads.
law that he did.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say Forrest had a live where he ran a poll, or a counter of where the title was, if God told you to, would you unalive a baby? And the last time that he ran that, I think the count was up to like 500 Christians saying yes, they would.
Oh, are you talking about Forrest?
Yeah, Forrest.
Force
He
Mendez.
got over 1,000.
It was
Yeah,
over
he got
1,000.
over 1,000.
Yeah, it
Over
was
1,000.
well over 1,000.
So,
Yeah.
Are you guys saying that the people who do say they would do that would otherwise be totally sane if doctrine wasn't intermingled with their minds? Is
What
that
it does is it forces you, because of this belief. What it does is it we're not talking, because these are people who are otherwise completely within their right minds. Is that for some reason belief in this God or this religion, they are forced to make concessions they're forced to bite all kinds of bullets, because on one hand they're told this God is perfect, it's all good, it's all loving, it's all omni this, all omni that, and then when we point out things to them, suddenly then they're caught in the bad position of having to defend it, because they've been told all their lives that's what this is, and then when they're shown that's not what this is, now cognitive dissonance sets in, and now they're trying to scramble and explain why this is the way it is, or what they're trying to explain to us, well, what you're seeing is actually not what you're seeing, because what they're doing is they're protecting themselves from realizing that no, this is wrong. And so that's what happens. So it's just irrational. That's all it is.
okay? No, I
Yeah.
I can get that. I guess
But
for me, my
don't get me wrong, some of them are they're just out there. So there's the other part of it. Some of them are, but for the most part they're not. They're just otherwise irrational about this particular belief because they can't let it go.
I see. No,
Yeah.
I'm with you like half of the way. I guess my assumption is a little inverted. So you're saying
Half is
most
better
of the
than
people
not.
most of the people are very much here and not out there, but they, under pressure are forced to agree with these crazy hypotheticals.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
All right.
I wouldn't be surprised, but anyway, it was fun chatting with you.
Yeah, it was good chat, Andre. I appreciate you coming up.
Yeah, have a good one.
All right, have a good
And
one.
maybe one day we'll get you over to the atheist side.
That's right. Yeah, there's still plenty of room in the pool here. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, when I started doing these lives, you guys probably have seen like my progression, my transformation. I'm going to mute you here real quick, guys. So we got an echo. But you guys have probably seen my progression here. Like I started as just someone who was just asking questions, right? And I still do that to a large degree, but it was really to understand why people believe what they believe. And I think that was the first step in me understanding, okay, it's got to be more than that, because when I was out like in regular public talking to people about this, I would more often than not run into people who were like, yeah, I'm about, they were more like Andre, who we just talked to, they were like leaning towards it, or they were agnostic or whatever. And vastly different than when I come online. When I come online, it is people like the first guest that I had, 1,000% convinced that their God is real and has no evidence, zero evidence. Yes, I did. That's exactly what I did. I started with street epistemology. And what I came to quickly find out is in a venue like this, what happens is you've got a lot of people watching, and just asking somebody questions who is an ideologue like that, what it does is it only gives them a platform to like preach and all this other stuff. And so and I started to see, oh, you know what? There's a bit of a harm here that I'm inadvertently causing. And so I have kind of changed it to I'm more trying to hold up a mirror here. And and if it's if something is way out there, like if the person is just way out there, of course I'm gonna like say something, Ralph. But the other part of it is that then I started to see that, some of these beliefs that people were having, and then some of these hypotheticals I was talking about, it was actually harming people in the chat. And so you have to call it out. You have to say something. I can't just be totally just like a total sounding board and be like, oh, okay. When they're talking about, it's perfectly okay to sell your daughter into slavery. No, you got to say something, right? You got to say something. So you have to, I have to show the people who are like in the hallways, like I said, and they're considering joining religion, or they're just converted, that, okay, well, these are the bullets you're going to have to bite. So this is how I see it. All right. Well, Isaac, I'm going to invite you to mute. Yeah, there was an echo, so hopefully the echo wasn't there. Hopefully, while you were muted, you did something to address it. But I'm going to invite you to mute now. How's it going, Isaacs?
How's it going? Am I still echoing?
Doesn't sound like. Yep,
doesn't sound
you are.
like. Yep, you are.
Okay.
You want to switch to something else?
Switch to something else?
I don't have another phone, but yeah, no, I'll just.
Are you on
I'll just
speaker?
leave
Can
it.
you come off speaker?
Can you come off speaker?
Maybe switch to a different headset.
Maybe switch to a different headset?
I could go grab my earbuds, I guess.
How about this?
How about this?
I'll bring you down just so you can go grab your other earbuds or something like that, and then come back up, or maybe restart your phone or something. But yeah, I can't talk to you with that echo like that. Yeah, I can't believe people like when I was having my sound issues. I can't believe people like sat and talked to me while they were fucking listening to themselves echo. Like, just props to those people, man.
One woman who didn't even say anything, and then immediately I got up and I was like, "There's an echo."
Yeah, you're like, "Whoa, what is this?" And she said like nothing. Yeah, I'm like, "Jeez,
nothing." Yeah,
jeez, talk about dedication.
I will say though, that actually kind of makes sense, unfortunately, especially for like a Christian woman.
To just endure suffering like that.
Uncomfortable. Literally, no, like it makes so much sense that she didn't say anything, because like just keep nice, keep the peace, like don't detract from it, so that the message stays on point.
Yeah.
Be uncomfortable so that the message goes through.
In fact, I remember she actually did say something in the beginning, and I inadvertently gaslit her. You remember that?
Oh no.
Because what I said in the beginning, because we had tested it the day before, and what had happened was I went in the middle of testing it. There was an echo at first, and then it went away. And then what I thought it was the echo cancellation in TikTok in the live studio kicking in. And so I told her at the beginning, it's the software just needs to catch up, so just give it a minute. And I said her right at the beginning. She's like, "Oh, okay." And then she never said anything after that. And then she just put up with it for like 30 minutes. I was like, "Oh my God." So yeah. And then that's when you came up and said, "Oh my, what is this? Jeez." Like you immediately said something. And then I was like, that lady sat there for 30 minutes and talked to me and just put up with this echo. And I was like, and then I gaslit her in the beginning. Tell her it would go away, and then she just sat there and took it like crazy. Yeah.
So then told her, "Oh, it was clearly on you. This is not on my end."
Yeah, I told her she was the problem. Yeah, exactly. Which again, it just really brings home your point even more, Ember, about it. Just just grin and bear it. It's probably my fault, and I'm just gonna get through it. Like, wow, that's wild.
I'm sorry if there's a little bit of background noise on my end. I had to turn my AC back on.
Oh, no worries. No worries. Yeah,
even
no worries.
up here in Chicago, I have the AC on today. It's actually warm up here. It's in the 70s here in Chicago.
Yeah, on one hand it's nice, but then on the other hand it's frightening when I hear stuff like that.
Is it better?
Let's see. Yeah, that's much better, Isaac. So whatever you did the trick. So thanks for doing that. Appreciate you.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, just for
I wonder
TikTok.
if there's a way.
What were you saying?
I wonder if there's a way I can make my screen like the green screen thing, so I can show this image.
No,
Do
he
you have
wants to
camera
show.
access?
Yeah, you'd have to just turn on your camera and point it to the screen. But if it's like on a computer or something, you can't share that, but you can point your camera at the screen and then show it.
He wants to
it
show
ain't-
an orb in a picture.
it's a picture of an orb that was taken 10 years ago. I've had my own spiritual encounters with my brother and sister and this and that. And like, I don't want to come on here and like be just telling stories and all this, because first of all, this is really personal to me.
Yeah, you don't have to tell the whole
But-
story. It's cool.
I came in encounter with what I would consider beings and like just 3-foot figures, if that makes sense.
Okay.
And,
Now,
and,
are you-
and-
are you saying
and
this
it's a
is-
whole different?
Now, is this for aliens or this for God? Because
This is very spiritual. There was no aliens.
Okay.
You could not, for something that exists in the nothingness, and you could just like put your hand through it and all this stuff. And
Was it?
I don't know.
Abrahamic? Was it the Abrahamic God?
See, here's the thing. When I seen, because when I first came in encounter with these things, it happened on the wall, and it was like it was within the wall, and you could see this language or whatever that it had scripted, but it was not readable. Like I could not read it because it was, I don't know what kind of era, any of that. I could not explain it to the next 100 people. I don't know
Okay.
to this day. This is something that happened 10 years ago, and like
Hang tight, Delano.
I've evolved with it, a little bit. But what's so crazy to me is my brother and my sister had also, because I came in an encounter with these beings when I was by myself, and then I'm like, this is obviously an hallucination, and so I went and grabbed my little brother Tanner at the time, and I'm like, hey, do you see these lines on the wall? And he was like, yeah. I'm like, I asked the wall to show you some, and he's like, well, can you show me a shark? And then it showed a shark, like something out of a drawing book.
Wait, how old were you
like,
when
to
this
me, like,
happened?
I was 12 years old. I was in 6th grade.
Okay, you were 12. And how old are you now?
I'm 24 now.
24 now. Okay, so you were 12 years old and this happened, and then you grabbed your little brother, and there was like some lines on the wall or something like that, and he saw the lines.
Yeah, so on the wall, so we lived on an acreage, and there was these great big plane sheds, and so on the one that was sitting west of the house, that's the one I would go to, just because I was in a predicament where I was going through some of the hardest times of my life, and I just didn't want to be around people. And I don't like getting into the whole circumstances on any of this stuff personally. It's just so personal. But, I just didn't want to be here anymore. And I had basically meditated so much time into this place where I started having paranormal activity happen. And when all this stuff happened at first, it's like you could pinch yourself and you're like, okay, am I dreaming? So, and I'm like, okay, I'm just like looking at this stuff, like I feel like I'm hallucinating. And that's when I went and grabbed my little brother and I asked him, I'm like, so what happened initially is all these walls turned blue. And like, this sounds just crazy. It turned like a baby blue. And then when the baby blue faded, underneath the baby blue were these lines like a grid. And the vertical lines were further apart than the horizontal lines. So it looked like rectangles, and it looked like a grid all the way around this shop.
Okay.
And I could not explain it any better way than that. And I'm like, it's just like one of those things where it's like, I don't even know what as a kid, I didn't know what was going on. So I went and I grabbed my little brother Tanner because I just wanted to see if the other people could see what I was seeing.
All right.
My little brother Tanner went in there, and I'm like, do you see these lines? And he's like, yeah, I see the lines. And I'm like, I asked the wall to show you something. and then it showed a shark. And then like I said, this is something I didn't even tell my own parents for I don't know how long, just because of how crazy the circumstances of that story was. And then so later on in the next week, I grabbed my sister Anna, and I asked her, I'm like, I just need like another person to come out and see this. So I have my sister ask, I'm like, do you see the lights? Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead. Keep going.
So I asked my sister Annabelle
Early
to
kick
ask the
button.
wall some, and
Gotcha.
she was like, how is our future gonna be?
Mm-hmm.
And then it showed this great big sailboat with what these words that I seriously still can't describe. It was very ancient. That's the only way I could describe it. Very ancient wording, and some of it I couldn't read. I have no idea, but it showed a sailboat, and we just kind of took what we could from it.
Mm-hmm.
And my sister still contacts to me about this day about that encounter. It's something that my brother and
I'm sorry
we
to
all talk
interrupt.
about
One second. There was not a goal. I was just telling Trust, or I was just telling the chat. Trust.
Oh.
So there was not one. Yeah, I apologize. I was telling chat.
Oh,
not
no
to
worries.
forget.
It's on. No worries.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
So actually, this is kind of good. So I do have a question because just so I can jump in here, just real quick. Isaac's. There are other people who have had other types of experiences. Okay, and this to them, like we have had atheists who have had experiences that demonstrate to them that there is no God. So would that make their experiences true?
I don't believe in God to begin with. I have no idea what these beings are. I don't really care to learn or anything. I mean, it was a personal experience.
Yeah.
It's this whole thing. It's just like, at the end of the day, as long as I'm being the best that I can be and be good to the people around me, I know that my ticket to the afterlife is going to get me there. And I have no idea. I could care less to get into the whole books and all that stuff. I'm just not that person. But I definitely have like what people would most consider like a like a higher intelligence kind of ordeal when it comes to like making decision makings and all this stuff, and just kind of like seeing an outline on the person that you want to be. And the only way I can describe this is just like getting into working, and just I used to work myself to death and just trying to figure myself out as I go. And I don't really get into all the other stuff, like this whole spiritual stuff to me, like I'm not a big paranormal guy.
All right.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Well, hey, listen, Isaac's, the chat has voted to move on, but hey, I appreciate you coming up.
All right.
All right. Have a good one.
Yeah. Take care, guys.
Mm-hmm. All right. So
this is a weird day.
Yeah, it is a bit of a different day. Like we're talking about God here. So, and I was trying to bring like other people up that wanted to say something, but I seem to be getting a lot of people who don't want to talk about God.
And a lot of anecdotal stories, not a lot of like actual evidence. It's more personal experiences and going into the details of those experiences that we can't validate that that's what happened.
Yeah, exactly.
So like whenever we hear these details, it's like we can believe that person saw that, but there's no way for us to verify.
Yeah, I don't doubt Isaac saw that and his brother and sister. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Just no.
Yeah, but there's no way for us to verify that it was actually real.
Yeah, exactly. All right, we got another guest in the queue, so let's pull him up, and that's okay. Yeah, it's all right. I believe you saw that, Isaacs. I believe it. How's it going, new guest? Hello, how's it going?
Yo, I'm blessed. How you doing?
Doing well. All right. Are you at least 18?
Oh yeah.
All right. And do you believe in which God do you believe in? The God of the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran?
The creator of the Bible, Yahweh. So,
Gotcha.
that one.
Okay, gotcha. All right, and I gotcha. Thank you, Rugeezy. All right, what's your best evidence that this God is real?
Best evidence that he is real. Shoot, that I'm still alive.
You're still alive?
Yeah, like understandable. It's a one-on-one like experience. Like I can't really go out and say like, oh, he's alive because I'm alive. Well, like there's no real like argument behind that, right? Like there's no facts behind that.
Yeah.
Like what you are asking for is a factual based argument type of deal, right?
I am. Yeah. How else do we believe in things if without facts?
How else do we believe in things besides facts?
Without facts, yeah.
Yeah, like I mean the biggest debate, not debate, the biggest argument I would have for that one would be like gravity. Like if I never fall, I will never believe in gravity. If I never drop anything, I will never believe in gravity. But just because I don't see it, just because my eyes don't give me that factual evidence, doesn't make it any less real, right?
Okay. So what you're saying is if you never experienced gravity, you would not believe it's true.
Essentially, right?
Okay. And all right. And so you have to experience things to believe that for them to be true?
No, because even if I don't experience gravity, just because I don't believe it doesn't mean it's not the common reality that we all share.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. Now you would agree though that we have tools that we can detect and measure gravity, right? We can observe it. We have scientific tools that allow us to do that. And so we can get objective evidence that gravity is real. So what tool or method can we use to gather evidence? Yeah, to gather evidence that God is real. Objective means evidence. Yeah, objective means mind independent, right? So like when we use these tools and we measure gravity, it all comes up with like the same results, right? So what what method could we use to come up with like the same results for the God that you believe in?
I mean, if you want to go towards like scientific methods, we can point towards the fact that all right, he's never been proven, but he's never not been proven. Like if you go into like the research on like, oh, like he was crucified, like there's still blood samples from Jesus' crucifixion.
Where?
Yeah, in the what's it called? Like where they sealed him up at?
In his tomb?
There's research on that. Yeah, in his tomb.
Where's his tomb?
And
how do we know it's Jesus' blood?
Because they have done the research on that.
Yeah. Can you name the study that did the research?
Off the top of my head, I cannot.
Okay.
I'll have to do some like looking into it if I'm being real.
Yeah. Because you got to also kind of think about this too. Like, how do you know it's Jesus's blood? If they did find blood in there, how do you know it's his blood? Like, how do you test that?
Because it was scientifically, like it couldn't be anyone else's blood because
why not?
I don't want to ruin what I'm gonna say by saying it, but like there was something in the blood sample that was an anomaly that it couldn't be any other person because of the blood sample that they took from the.
Yeah. I would highly advise you to go do some research on that. That has been proven to not be true. That's not true at all. So, because even if there was blood in there, we wouldn't know whose blood it is. So you can't just assume that it's only Jesus's blood if they ever did find that, but which they have not. So that's one piece of it. So what else do you have? I think the Holy Spirit Wi-Fi went bad on him. There you are. Hey, you're back.
Yeah, and I think it's because I left the app. My fault. I didn't
Oh yeah,
realize.
yeah, no
This is my
worries.
first time joining a live. This is my fault.
Oh,
My
okay,
fault. My
okay.
fault. My fault.
You were doing some research. Yeah, yeah. Just yeah. When you leave the app, just remember to
Yeah,
come back. Yeah,
my
to
fault.
talk.
Like I can
No, you're
hear
good.
you, and I was talking, and I was like, "Why can't you hear me? What?"
Oh, okay. I got
So,
you.
like, improves on like evidence. Like, yeah, I'm not gonna have any statistical, factual based
Okay.
evidence
So,
in that circumstance.
all right. So now you know that you know the Wiccan religion, right? They have a
The
book,
which religion?
Wiccan religion. It's called Wiccan.
Wiccan.
Yeah, it's
Wiccan.
well,
Okay.
the good way to think about it is witches. It's they
Okay.
believe in a goddess, they perform spells, they do white magic, dark magic, etc. Right? And
Right.
they have covens, so they perform witchcraft, that stuff. Now they have a book on fairies, and they believe that fairies are real. So that's true,
Okay.
right? Because you can't prove fairies don't exist, right? How would you prove fairies don't exist?
Hmm. Very, very, very good argument right there.
Yeah. So then that must mean fairies are real then, right?
Because I've never seen them, I can't prove against them type of beat,
You
right?
can't prove that they don't exist. So then if we use your logic, then that means that they must exist because you can't prove that they don't exist, right?
Fair, fair.
Okay.
And
yeah, go ahead, Hammy.
I was just gonna say, in the Norse tales, Odin had unalived all the frost giants, and since we don't see any frost giants,
Hang tight,
that
Big
means
Nine.
Odin did unalive them, right?
I can mute myself.
No, I brought up Big Nine, but I want him to hang in there for a second. We're gonna finish the conversation with you, and then we'll talk to Big Nine. But I'm just bringing him up. But did you hear Hammy's question
about Odin?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes,
about
I did.
how Odin had unalived all the frost giants, so that means he did that, right? Because we don't see any frost giants here, do we?
Right. Huh. I'm seeing a lot of cracks in my argument that I didn't have one. But I mean, I can't argue the logic you guys are bringing up against me.
No,
because
and
it's
this is a good
very-
reason to come up and to talk about things like this because it would it be fair to say, because I suspect, I'm not sure, have you talked to somebody about like these thoughts before, and did they agree with you, or like how did the conversation go?
Yes and no. It's been very like surface level. Like a lot of the people that I do communicate, they are believers. They're right. They are faithful believers. They do
Yeah.
have a relationship.
Yeah.
So like it is very hard to be like, no, you are entirely wrong. Like as of right now, I am arguing against a lot of pastors, a lot of people that are faith based, that there's no devil. That the devil is a construct of the mind.
Okay.
That the ego, instead of being, what's it called? What's the word? Instead of being responsible, instead of being accountable, it looks to put the blame on something else. So
Okay.
if we could all collectively blame an outside source, well then that gives the ego free reign, right?
Mm-hmm. So if
And,
we now, well, see, kind of here's the thing. I don't believe in the devil either. I don't believe in God.
Right.
I don't believe in the devil. So I don't have any evidence the devil's real. I don't have any evidence that God is real. So
Right.
personally, I'm not blaming anybody for, except where I think the blame should go. Like, so if there are people problems in the world, I think people were cause of the problem, right? And and then if there's like natural disasters that are causing problems, well, it's the natural disaster's fault, So I'm not out like shaking my fist at this God that I don't believe in. It'd be like me thinking, oh, I didn't get enough presents this year, so Santa Claus is the blame. That's kind of how I see it. So
Right.
So I guess I'm trying to understand though, if you don't really have evidence that this God is real, why believe it?
If I don't have evidence, why believe it?
Yeah.
Why not? Why not?
Well, because don't you think though that it's like you should have like reasons to believe things are like, don't you want to believe in things that are true?
I do believe in things that are true.
Well,
I
how do you
believe in the
know it's
truth.
true? How do you know it's true if you don't have evidence?
How do you know it's not true if you don't have evidence?
Well, this kind of goes back to the whole fairies thing, right? If you don't, we don't have evidence that fairies don't exist, so we might as well just believe in fairies, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it goes back to what you believe in, right? Like, I can sit down and believe that there are fairies because there's no proof that fairies don't exist, but what good is that going to do me? Versus if I can pick up a physical book that has been around longer than
Well, they have. I explained to you they have a book. Well, they do have a book that explains that fairies are real. They have a book on fairies, so it explains that fairies are real, and they think that fairies help them. So that means so that means fairies are real, right? Because it helps them.
Their book has not been debated for since time.
Well, yeah,
like
I think I agree with that. I mean, yeah, nobody really cares about the Wiccan religion because they don't have that same impact that Christianity does. But I think the problem with that,
what even that religion was like until you brought it up, right?
Yeah.
But the theologians, the priests, like people have been diving into this book. They have been exploiting it. They have been tearing it apart just for it to be reconstructed, just for new evidence to be found that, hey, this book's actual kind of factual. Is based off of pretty good claims.
How is this book factual?
Have you heard of the Sacred Sea Scroll? Oh, not the Sacred Sea Scrolls.
The Dead Sea Scrolls?
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. Not sure how that demonstrates that they're true because we have manuscripts of Harry Potter. Does that make Harry Potter true? We have manuscripts of Spider-Man. We have manuscripts of Superman. We have manuscripts of the Bhagavad Gita, which is the holy book of Hinduism. So that means all of those are.
Read it.
Yeah. So the Bhagavad Gita is true then.
And the Bhagavad Gita. Well, the Bhagavad Gita is also older.
It's older than
any
the Bible.
manuscript.
Yeah.
It is. But a lot of the things that they talk about are very interesting.
Yeah. So we should all be Hindus then?
Nah, I don't know where you're getting that from.
Well, because we're just using what you said. You're saying, well, there's manuscripts, the Dead Sea Scrolls, that prove that the Bible is true. Well, there's manuscripts that prove the Bhagavad Gita is true, right?
What those are? The Dead Sea Scrolls. The Dead Sea Scrolls. Yeah, but the Dead Sea Scrolls are just copies.
Yeah, they're copies. Yeah.
They're just copies of the text.
And let me kind of elucidate this real quick because what a lot of people are calling manuscripts. When you hear that, you think this big, humongous thing, like full of the like entire chapters or entire books. But like the oldest manuscript we have is about the size of a credit card, and it only has a few words from Luke in it.
Right.
So, but they count that as a manuscript. So, saying that we have manuscripts, it's like, yeah, we have fragments of like some of the oldest things.
Yeah.
And all the full manuscripts weren't written until like the 13 and 14 and 1500s.
Okay, valid.
So that doesn't, and if I'm sorry, but like if I wrote a book today, and 200 years from now, they make more copies of it, and then 300 more copies, 400 more copies. Does that mean that whatever I wrote is true and should be worshipped?
No.
No, because it doesn't give any truth claims to what I wrote, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
But another question in that scenario is your book being, what's it called? Like analyzed? Is it being critiqued? Is it being taken down?
Is what the fictional book that I've said that I wrote? Yes. Yes, it's being critiqued. 200 years into the future, people are going to war over this. People are critiquing it. People are debating about it.
And
200 years from now.
The reason that the war is even a thing is because of man's ego, not because of the book. It's a matter of that they want it to be right.
Well, what I'm saying is that everything that you can claim about the Bible and its manuscripts, I can claim about this fictional book that I'm writing that will be 200 years in the future.
You can, but you can't though because it's not living proof.
Okay.
Like the Bible, it's already been done.
Have you read the Iliad and the Odyssey?
The Iliad and the Odyssey. I have not.
Have you heard of them?
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
so we have manuscripts of those, right? and we have copies upon copies upon copies of those. So,
Right.
So then that means then that
Odysseus traveled.
Odysseus
and
traveled.
Got lost.
Yeah.
Wait, what did you say? Odysseus what?
Odysseus, he traveled. So the story of the Odyssey is the
Right.
story of Odysseus, who came back from the Trojan War, but because he managed to piss off the wrong gods, the wrong Greek gods, he gets cast away, and he's trying to get back home, where he goes through all these different things, where like he gets trapped by Cyclops, he gets trapped by sirens for like a year. He battles sea monsters. So we have manuscripts upon manuscripts of that. So that means that Odysseus did all that stuff, right?
He fought
Okay,
Cyclops.
okay,
Yeah. He encountered mermaids,
Right.
sirens. Yeah. He had to tie himself to the ship so he wouldn't be lured by the sirens to his death.
Right.
Yeah. So that all happened.
Nah.
Okay.
No,
Well, then how do you?
why not?
well, yeah. How do you know? How do you know they didn't? Because you can't prove that they didn't happen, right? So they must have happened.
Well, I can't prove that mermaids exist, so that
It's like-
will discredit the argument, will it not?
Okay. Well,
So that means that mermaids exist.
so then that must mean mermaids exist.
I see where I put myself in a little pickle right there.
Yeah. Well, hey,
Yeah.
D and Dream. Anything else?
Nah, bro, y'all was the truth. I hope y'all find him and hope y'all seek his face, and I will gladly hop back on this once I build a better
Yeah. Come on back.
argument.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's gonna be fire, bro. Because like this has not been something that I've been like exposed to, if I'm being honest, and this is fire, and I appreciate this, and you guys have an amazing and blessed day.
All right. Have a good one.
Bye bye.
All right. So, yeah, this is sounds like a baby Christian. That's what it sounds like. Big Nine, how you doing? Thanks for waiting.
I'm good, sir. How you doing? It's a pleasure to speak with you.
Yeah, doing well. Thanks for waiting. How old
Can you
are
hear
you?
me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How old are you?
I'm in my 30s, mid 30s.
Okay, fantastic. All right. And which God do you believe in?
Which God?
God of the Bible, the God
I
of the
don't believe in
Torah,
a
the God of
particular God.
Not a particular one. Okay. We want to talk to people who believe in either the God of the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran. So, yeah, but you've been waiting
Well, I
a bit.
believe in all of them then.
You believe in all of them?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, so we'll go on with for a few minutes, but what's your best evidence then that God is real?
The question.
What question would that be?
What is your best evidence that God is real?
Yeah.
I think that the idea, so I'm looking at you, you're a man, you're on TikTok, you have a mind. Now you do need to have some education about the mind. The mind has classically the subconscious mind, superconscious mind, and conscious mind. If somebody needs reading material on that, you could look at Florence Scovel Shins, The Game of Life, How to Play It, the works of Neville, the works of Emerson and Nature. You could also go back to Benedict Spinoza. Now,
Well, you know, the Spinoza's God is not actually a God, right? It's like a placeholder.
Now, it's funny you say that. You even saying that is, you're kind of now getting into, well, it's kind of becoming, well, it depends on exactly what you mean and how you're framing it. And I would agree. That's why
All right.
the evidence of God is actually the question.
Does your God
'Cause
have
it
a mind?
depends on-
The God you believe in, does it have a mind?
Well, you're doing. Let me ask you a question. What's interesting about that? So, and this may be why I need to step down. When we talk about God, are we only going to frame it as if like we're talking to like a Protestant or a
Yeah.
Catholic? Because if that's the case,
I really only
okay,
want to
well,
talk
then,
to
yeah,
people. I really only want to talk to people who believe a mind created the universe. That's really where I'm at. Yeah. But I mean, if you're doing like Spinoza's God, we're honestly not that far apart. Well, it's yeah. I really don't. I really don't want to talk about it, but I appreciate you coming up though. Thanks for waiting.
Oh, that's sad, man.
Yeah.
I think I got a lot of wisdom to share with the people though, and a lot of value to add, and it builds on the question. I feel like the coming in here and it says, "I am an atheist. What is your best evidence that God is real?" I mean, I still want to answer that question.
Okay. Well, I think he kind of did. Yeah.
Yeah, and I would suggest to respect trust boundaries. That he does not want to have.
Oh, that's lame. But go on. That's lame and foul. But take me down.
No.
I don't want to engage. That's all.
All right. So the reason why we don't want to
respecting boundaries is lame.
Yeah. Respecting boundaries is But see, the reason we don't. I mean, if you wanna talk about it, hey, look, that's fine if you want to talk about it, Big Nine. But start your own live, and then you can talk about it all you want. But hey, I don't want to talk to people who don't believe in a mind that created the universe because. One, it's kind of boring, and two, it's not a harmless belief. I want to get into like the more harmful beliefs. So, yeah, I got no issue with that. If you do a Spinoza's God or consciousness or anything like that, okay, cool, But those aren't the harmful ones. You're not unless you're doing like this new age spirituality woo, selling books crap and starting your own like cult. Okay, yeah, maybe that's a problem.
Yeah, He repeated that it was lame in the chat, so I just like I don't want to make prescriptions here, but like I honestly, if you think that respecting someone's boundaries and consent is lame,
it's lame.
Then I fear for the people who are around you.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. Yep.
New guest, how's it going, Framework? Framework Press, how you doing?
Oh, they're on. Hello?
Yeah, how's it going?
Hey, good. How are you?
You're doing well. All right. For TikTok purposes, how old are you?
I am 29 years old.
All right. Which God do you believe in?
I believe in the God of the Hebrews. I believe that there's only one God, and that's the God of the Hebrews, the God of the Christians, and the God of the Muslims. Same God.
Okay. And which book do you read to learn about this God? The Bible, the Quran, the Torah?
Recently, we've been reading the Bible.
Fantastic. All right. What's your best evidence that this God is real?
So my best evidence that this God is real is a little bit, I think my argument will be a little bit different. But have you heard of the chemical that gets released in your brain when you're born and when you die?
DMT?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Have you read accounts of DMT experiences?
Yeah, people either taking it or having had like increased levels of it during NDEs and stuff or during trauma.
Sure. Yeah. So, what you'll find when you're looking at that stuff is that there's a relatively, I wouldn't say 100%, but relatively unanimous experience of experiencing something greater than yourself, a unifying force that's greater than yourself.
Okay.
And I personally have experienced that on DMT as well. So that's what I think that's what makes me believe that there is one God, and that God is the God of the Hebrews, and because that was corroborated to me through that experience.
Okay. So when people who have had increased levels of DMT in their system and they see other gods, that makes it true?
I think it does make it true. Again, the God of the Hebrews, the God of the Muslims and the Christians is said to be the one true God. That God is said to have.
Well, yeah.
Right.
I agree.
So,
Muslims say, well, Hindus say their gods are the only true gods. And then there's people who have had, who've seen Hindu gods on DMT experiences. So then that makes Hinduism true, right?
Right. So absolutely. I think your experience in life will be the backdrop for your experience of God. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. But what I'm trying to understand then is how you determined it was the God of the Hebrews and the one you came in with.
So, because that's the God that I know.
Okay.
So again, I think there's different manifestations and representations of God, and your experience of God will be in relation to what you've experienced prior to your experience of God, which is your life.
Why would there be, if this God is real, and because there is, like, it should purport to reality, right? So why would there be different manifestations of this God?
Because there's different manifestations of humanity, different manifestations of people and consciousness.
Sure. Yet, like, when I see my mother, I also don't see my cousin, nor do I see, like, my neighbor, or, when I see my mother, I see my mother. So why is there not different manifestations of my mother, but there is of this God?
Well, I'm not sure I understand the parallel.
The parallel is, if this is a being, right? And this being has a mind, and then why isn't everyone having the same experience of this being as it is? But you're trying to tell us that there's, like, different manifestations and everyone's having all these different experiences, but you're saying, but it's all the same God. Well, how do we know that?
You have a mind, but you always see your mother as your mother, but do you always see your mother as, I guess, having the same presence around you? Like, you've been mad at your mother before, you've gotten into arguments with your mother, and during those experiences, your mother is still your mother, of course, but your mother is somebody else as well.
Well, she's the same person, and people have different perceptions of her, but she looks the same. She's the same age, she has the same name. Not like, I call her mom, but that's like a that's a title. That's not her name. But she has her real name, and everyone knows her by her real name. She's not called, all different kinds of names. She doesn't look different. She doesn't have different abilities. You see what I mean? It's like people know the abilities that she has. They know the languages she speaks. They have all these, like, very, very similar perceptions of her. Yeah, there may be nuances, like maybe she had a bad day, like, at a grocery store one day and gotten mad at somebody, and they may think she's not a very nice person, but that's different than her, but people thinking she's a completely different person.
But who's to say that the appearance is not one of those nuances? Like,
Okay,
the appearance of the God being represented is not one of those nuances.
But the difference is, like, there's the Shiva goddess that has multiple arms and is a different color, in the Hindu religion. And if that that's the thing. People don't think of her as, like, with multiple arms and she's a different color. She has different color skin, or she has long hair versus no hair. She's male versus female. She's, or she's non-binary. It's just, there's just too many characteristics that are way different amongst all these other different manifestations of religion. So if you're just saying it's all the same, it's problematic, and they contradict each other, right? Because, Islam says there is no God but Allah. So even the biblical God is not the same God as Allah.
And then you have the Norse god Tyr, who was the god of justice, who there's other gods that claim to be of justice, but, like, the justice within the Norse belief system and the justice between the other belief systems would be totally different.
Sure. I understand that.
Yeah.
These gods can contradict, and you're saying that even if I had, like, let's say that I had one of these experiences and I saw the god Tyr, whereas you saw Yahweh, whereas Trust may have saw Shiva, but you're saying that all three of us are actually seeing the same God. And
I believe that, yes, you are, because the experience of God, the experience of the recognition of a higher power, is a human experience in and of itself.
So one of my problems that I'm having with this here, and this is going to sound very, very reductionist. It's going to sound very, very mean, but this is what I hear whenever you say this. I took a bunch of hallucinogenic shrugs, and then I saw a hallucination. Therefore, that must be God. And we know what hallucinogens do.
We know that this particular substance is a hallucinogen. We know what happens whenever the body during NDEs releases this hallucinogen. And you're trying to say that because you hallucinated, you believe that this is God.
Hold on. Because I share a common hallucination. So I hear what you're saying, but it is
this particular shrug is known to have these particular types. As a matter of fact, I just pulled up a study from a previous guest where it compared this 3-letter shrug versus NDEs, actual NDEs, and it said that here are the characteristics that they've shared. And the thing is that this shared thing is just because, and it also said that not everybody had the same ones, but
Keep talking, everybody. I'll be right back.
And so I'm sorry, but like saying that you had a hallucination with this particular shrugs that's known to give this type of hallucination does not, in my opinion, show that you've proven that God exists.
So then why is this particular drug, and again, I hear what you're saying about psychedelics and the way that the argument sounds, but I'm urging you to look beyond the way that the argument sounds and listen to what I'm saying. Because what I'm saying is that basically this experience can be corroborated by multiple people, the experience of a higher power, in addition to the fact that this is the chemical that is released in your brain upon birth and upon death. So it's the birth and death factor, the two biggest questions of humanity, like where do we come from and where do we go? This is the chemical that's released in your brain upon those two experiences. That points to me, even scientifically, as, okay, there's some validity to this experience that can be understood through science.
So whenever we're looking at this through the scientific lens, another thing that Truss had brought up during that same guest is the fact that whenever people have had brain injuries in the area that we know that these experiences happen, they don't see anything. Every single one of them who've had the brain injury in that area of the brain do not report seeing anything at all. So we know where the area of the brain it happens. We know that whenever there's injury to that area, they don't see anything. So with that in mind, like, how can you say that? Are they just not special enough to see God?
Do you believe that it's a part of the human experience? It's a part of being a human to look beyond yourself and to look for something greater than yourself?
This is part of the human experience because we have the luxury. Like, we weren't doing this whenever we were still nomadic tribes.
Oh, no. That's
trying to worry about where our next meal was coming from. We sit there and saw that. We saw the sky. We saw lightning and said there might be something there that's angry, but like we didn't really have the time to think about where are we, who are we, what are we doing here. We didn't have those type of questions happening. It was mainly
where are you seeing that? Where is that coming from?
I'm seeing this through history, because whenever you look back far enough, there isn't.
And how far are you
paintings.
talking about?
I'm talking far back as the cave paintings, where we don't see cave paintings of people worshiping a god. We don't see cave paintings of people trying to understand where they are, who they are, or where they're coming from.
I can pull up Hopi Indian cave paintings of a image that looks like people worshiping a god.
Yeah, these are people who had already started settling down. These are people who no longer had to worry about had to worry about being nomadic.
No, these people were nomadic.
The Hopi people settled eventually, and they had these moments where they could stop and think about that, and they developed gods from it. But when you go further back than that, we have people who did not
have this belief. They
You'd
did not
have to
have
give me an
these.
example. That feels like speculation to me.
I told you it's the cave, like every cave painting from before we started settling.
Right, but you
It's
can't
always
look at
about
cave paintings
what
and
people
assume
see.
to know exactly what they meant. I mean, even that's not really hard evidence. So
Yes, the
what
oldest
is your
cave
evidence
painting
that-
we have, the oldest cave painting we have is of a group of people hunting what look like buffalo. Tell me, what god is that representing right there?
the fact that people were doing art, which is
That-
first of all, that in and of itself, I think the fact that people are looking beyond themselves to do art, that dissolves your
Yeah,
argument.
people
right there.
tell stories.
We're sitting there doing cave paintings, but
Yeah,
what are you saying?
people-
That we were too
People
we were
are
too-
telling stories of the hunt to their children.
If you
if
have
you-
time
if
to
you- if
sit
you
and tell
run it- if you
stories,
wanna
then that
say-
argument falls apart, though. Don't you see
Do
that?
No, because the thing is if you're in a cave and you have a fire going and you have a little bit of time before you go to bed and your children are rambunctious, what are you going to do to get them to settle down? Hey, let's tell you a story about this great hunt that I once did. So, what's the best way to do that for small children? I'm going to paint on this wall to show you what that hunt looked like. This isn't like
Moving away from the topic, that's highly speculative. Maybe someone else can jump in and explain why.
I'm still trying to figure out how hallucinogenic drugs ends up meaning God.
Well, so what I'm saying is that it is a benchmark of the human experience to look for something greater outside of yourself through experiences on DMT, aka the chemical that's released at birth and at death. Many people have divine experiences of something greater than themselves. So my position is
There's-
that
But there's no evidence that that experience is actually real. Having a
There's
similar
no evidence that
experience
anything is real.
does not then therefore make it real. It makes it the hallucinogenic give a similar experience, but that doesn't mean that whatever deity you see is the actual deity.
But that's not what we're arguing, that's the actual deity, because what I already said was that deity is always going to be in reference to the backdrop of your life.
But what I'm saying is that it's an unfalsifiable claim. You can't verify nor you can't give any evidence or find evidence that this thing is actually real. That it is an experience that is more than just a hallucination. That is what Hammy was saying. That is God.
But by that same logic, you can't do that with reality either,
Well, we can test many things in reality.
but not whether you're hallucinating or not.
Well, yes, we can.
If you're having a hallucination,
Yeah, if your experience is grounded in the reality, like I am experiencing gravity, right? I am speaking with other individuals, and I am understanding what they are saying. They are understanding me. We are speaking in a similar language. I am conscious, right?
And this is
I am
exactly
having
what happens
rational thoughts. I am having rational thoughts.
Absolutely.
But this doesn't, I can, and we can test our experiences and our brain activity.
But so by the same vein, if a bunch of people are sitting in the same room, they all ingest the same substance, and they all see a very similar hallucination, isn't it at least worth investigation? Like that this hallucination was shared between 10 people. Are we still going to call it a hallucination, or are we going to call it something
Yeah,
else?
because the thing itself is a hallucinogenic. So yes, it's a hallucination.
If there's no hallucinogenics involved, you can still all have a group potential hallucination, because people will be what's the word? Not coerced, but they will be influenced by the
Fear
other
of left
things
out.
that other people say.
But then by that logic, like how can anything be considered 100% true, objectively 100% true? Like
Well,
Do you
this
know what
is
I
why
mean?
scientists rarely say things with 100% certainty. And we
But then does
know
that
that the
help our
things that
argument?
the scientific theories that we have are falsifiable.
Right.
We can potentially disprove these things, but there is no potential to disprove a hallucination that you say that you had, that we cannot say for sure that it is exactly the same being and that this being actually exists within reality.
Especially since we know that these people, like the being itself, changes. But you're just claiming for no reason whatsoever that no, you're actually seeing the same thing.
No, that's not what I claimed, though.
Do
At
what?
all. That's not what I claimed at all. I said that your hallucination, your experience, will be in reference to what you've experienced in your life. That may be a completely different God than what I experienced, right?
But then you said that both of these are the same God.
Both of them are the same God because
Yeah, because whenever Trust was
humanity.
here, and I said that let's say that we all, like you, me, and him, all took this, and I saw Tyr, he saw Shiva, and you saw Yahweh, and you said that, and I said, but you're saying that they're all the same God. You said yes, they're all the same God.
So what about this? From that claim, like you saw Shiva, I saw Yahweh, and he saw something else. Can we draw anything from that claim?
We can learn that we had a hallucination, and it's based on the stuff that we're influenced by. Yes, and don't get me wrong, that alone in and of itself is fascinating. That we have these shrugs that end up causing us to see these things that are 9 times out of 10 religious in nature. It's amazing.
Right.
The neuroscience behind it alone is amazing, but that doesn't mean it's real.
But then what do you, okay, so then how are you defining real?
I'm defining as something that is based in our reality.
Based in our perceivable reality, right? Something that can be tested, that can be seen, even if it's with a microscope or it's tested with scientific method, things like that.
But
and I'll even go a step further.
And they have been tested. That's why
I'll even go a step further. If you, me, Trust, and Ethereal all go to bed, we all at the same time, we all dreamt the exact same dream of the exact same God, I would say, you know what? Maybe there's something we can talk about. Especially if it was the exact same dream, word for word.
So then by that,
I would say maybe we have something to talk about. Maybe we can get together and discuss and test some way of figuring out why it is that we all shared the same exact dream, word for word.
So, okay. I mean, I hear that. But then by that logic, wouldn't the test be the only way to know?
I mean, the thing is that whenever it comes to that, like maybe the dream is the only thing we have, but maybe we can do research. Maybe there's evidence of other people having this. Maybe there's actually some kind of science behind this that might point to something that is, a little bit spooky. It may point to something that maybe not even can be explained by science, in which case we are actually doing science by looking into it, right? And then we could then possibly maybe have an understanding on what this thing is, and it could possibly maybe be a god. However, hallucinogenics cannot be involved, especially ones that we know for a fact tend to report religious iconography.
So maybe taking hallucinogens then is not the best. Let's take away hallucinogens and replace it with transcendental meditation, because it's quite literally the exact same part of your brain that's being activated during deep transcendental meditation, which has been also corroborated by science.
What do you mean by deep transcendental meditation?
Like holotropic breathing, for example.
Oh, if you're talking about just breathing and sitting still?
I'm talking about holotropic breathing. It's putting your body in a it's in a different state using your breathing. I think it's a gamma state or something. But that also has the same effect on the brain that DMT, birth, and death have.
Where did you get that information? I just want to verify that because that, yeah.
Yeah, it sounded a bit odd to me too.
Because meditation isn't a hallucinogen. Meditation isn't going to make you hallucinate, I guess, on its own. There would have to be other things involved, in my understanding. You know, Seven, you might not be too far off. In the meantime, thanks again, everyone, for being here. If you could keep tapping the screen, that would be great. We appreciate you. Trust just had to step away for a little bit. So mostly Hammy, because he's definitely smarter than me. Hammy and I are taking over, just chatting about all of this with DMT, hallucinations, things like that.
I don't know if I would say smarter. I would say that I've probably been doing this for about 10 years now, so it's something where I've picked up a lot more over the years. And the funniest thing is that whenever it comes to this like stuff, like I want to start this off by saying I don't think that all religious people are like this, but I know that I personally was like this. Whenever I was in school, I didn't really care to pay a lot of close attention, especially in high school, because my understanding was God did it. Why do I need to care?
Yep.
So all the information that I've learned over the years has been since I've been an atheist.
Same, actually, and it's part of why I'm getting my second bachelor's, because my Christian schooling, was subpar. So Framework, was that your name? Did you find anything? We can't hear you if you're off the app, by the way.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can now.
Okay. So how am I gonna do this with my? Just give me 1 second. I'm looking it up on my other phone here. So it says just in Google. It's Google's AI. It's not a like study or anything like
Yeah,
that.
I would prefer a study because that Google AI can only aggregate information and it can give incorrect.
Okay. Is there any particular journal that you would prefer?
I mean, I can go as simple as just the Library of Medicine.
Library of Medicine.
The National Institute. What's the H stand for again?
I think it would have to be an institution that is able to do studies on DMT. So I think
it's NIH. The
National Institutes of Health. Institute of Health.
Yeah, National Institute of Health. NIH is the one that I pulled from.
Cool. Okay. Let's see if we can find something.
Philly, the claim is that transcendental meditation has the same effect on the brain as DMT.
Okay, actual peer-reviewed studies and reports that document hallucinations or psychedelic symptoms associated with meditation. Psychiatric problems precipitated by transcendental meditation, that's from 1976. Meditation-induced psychosis.
Wait, it said what? The 1976 one said what?
Psychiatric problems precipitated by transcendental meditation. That was a clinical report by psychologist Arnold A. Lazarus, examined the psychotic complications linked to transcendental meditation. It looks like a lot of this is having to do with hallucinations leading to a form of psychosis.
So that would mean that it would have been prior psychiatric issues that caused the psychosis, not the hallucinations, not the meditation itself. That's also a 50-year-old study, and unfortunately, only studies in the last 10 years would be valid as a resource. And the idea of like some people may have hallucinations while meditating isn't the same claim as you saying that it affects the same area of the brain. But
Well,
even with that, I want to know like how that is evidence for God.
Well, so what I was saying before, and then I can also find a study here. This study, it says, is modern. It's a modern clinical review. I can post a study in the chat. I don't want to hold you guys up. But my claim was that the experience of God, us having an experience of God, is a fundamental part of the human experience. Therefore, when we use things like DMT, or when we engage in things like transcendental meditation, which connect us with what I believe science has shown us is something that exists that's greater than ourselves, because it can be tapped into and corroborated by multiple people, as you guys were saying, that reality can be corroborated by multiple people. But wait, hold on. You wanted to...
No, because the corroboration between, we've already talked about how people saying that they have had the same experience may not have actually had, like, that's not actually verification.
But then on the same vein, you're saying you only know that reality is real because you can corroborate it with people.
No, that's not what we said. We can test it. We can test it with science, the scientific method, with different tools to actually understand our reality. The idea of people just saying their experiences, they can be influenced. Somebody can share their experience, and then that person may interpret that in their brain and say, you know what? Yes, I saw that, when that's not actually what they saw.
So is dreaming a real phenomenon? Is it a part of our reality?
Let me put it to you this way.
As humans?
Well, let me put it to you this way. There was a
wait, hold on. You guys should answer that question. I'm curious.
No, it's a part of our experience, but that does not make our dreams real. We see it, but that does not make the dreams reality.
Sure, but
I've had several dreams where I've flied. I have had several dreams where I've flied. Does that mean I can actually fly?
No, but it means you can dream.
Okay, so I can dream. That's not that's not some relative design of God type of deal.
Well, and first of all, I wouldn't say that 100%. We don't know that. But second of all, I mean,
it's unfalsifiable. We can't take that as legitimate data because the claim The claim of the dreams being real are actually part of reality. They're unfalsifiable. We cannot verify this. We cannot test it.
But you can verify that we do, as humans, dream.
Okay, but like I said, that's not some relative, like that's not some big revolutionary like idea here. Yeah, humans dream.
But humans also release DMT in their systems at birth and at death. That's a real phenomenon.
But that doesn't make what those experiences that happen during that real.
We're not.
What you're trying to do is you're trying to say that because the fact that people can have them, they're like the way it seems like is the argument is because the fact that people can have them, therefore God. And I'm saying that you can't make that leap.
I see what you guys are saying. I'm thinking about it.
There's just multiple other rational explanations that we could have and reasons or whatever that we can come to for people to have these experiences before we get to the kind of unreasonable, illogical explanation that it was in fact a god.
But how is it unreasonable and illogical if you have humans since the birth of humanity?
Because the
God
is
if you have humans
unfalsifiable.
since the birth of humanity talking about something called God, this is before our time. People have
There
been
are
talking
different
about
definite
something
hold on
called
framework.
God.
There's different definitions of a god,
Hey,
right?
Queen.
Many indigenous cultures believed in nature as a type of god, right? Mother Earth. There are different definitions of a god. God is just a title. That doesn't mean that they believed in this one supreme being or even multiple supreme beings. The god may be the earth.
But that
doesn't make it real, right? Because they had less information back then than we have now. So something like, say, a natural disaster or something that we see as completely normal, rain, lightning, anything like that, they could have
Volcanoes.
easily
Of God.
Yeah, exactly. The anger of a god. It is this almighty being that is doing this, that is angry with them or is happy with them or all of this. But we know now that those are just natural weather patterns that happen. And it has nothing to do with whether or not we are more moral. I mean, which, some people want to think that we get natural disasters because gay people exist, but it's fine.
Well, it is. Didn't you know that? That is.
That one is a preacher. There's a preacher who sat there and said, "I'm glad that hurricane went down and unalived all those homosexuals down there in Louisiana." And then his church and him got hit by a hurricane and he
Got
unalived.
leveled.
And it's like he was like that was the consequence of their homosexuality. It's like, oh, what do you say now, my guy? Like what?
Somebody just told on himself.
Right. Exactly. Well, yeah, and so they had this God belief because they didn't have access to this scientific knowledge, to modern technology, to the things, the information, the knowledge that we have now. They thought, the stars could be gods, right? They thought all sorts of things about the sky and all of these things that they just could not understand. But we can now, so we don't have to automatically point to a god because we have logical explanations for why these things happen.
But then why would we still do it? Many of us still do, even in light of all of these technological advances.
Oh man, indoctrination,
Mm-hmm.
religious supremacy, being used by the government for thousands of years. It is deeply embedded, especially Christianity is deeply embedded and has been used by the sword, or has been used to convert people by the sword.
But Ethereal, as an individual, do you feel like there is nothing outside of yourself that's real?
Outside of myself, that's real.
Well,
do you feel that what you see in front of your face is all that there is.
Yeah, I don't believe in spiritual things. I was a Christian for over 20 years. Sometimes I lean into mysticism because it's comfortable to me. The idea of spirituality and something outside of myself is comfortable to me. However, it's not something that I actually believe is a real thing because I have no actual evidence for it.
Yeah.
I understand. So I understand your position as well.
All
That makes
right.
sense.
All right. Well, I know you guys went over a lot of time. It sounds like it was a really good discussion, but Framework, do you have anything else?
This was awesome, guys. Thank
Yeah.
you.
All right. Well, yeah, good talk. Thanks for coming up. Appreciate you.
Yeah, come back anytime.
Yeah, come back anytime. Sounds like it was really cool. All right. Yeah, I heard you guys crushed it while I was away. Sorry, I had to take a call, by the way, but my live was in good hands, so as I knew it would be.
I might have got a smidge heated there.
But it wasn't bad. We get spicy in here sometimes.
We do.
And that's fine.
Yeah, we get spicy, but it sounds like it was a really good conversation and he walked away, you know. Yeah, and everybody's saying W, so thanks guys. Appreciate you holding it down while I was gone. Man, it's
It
like I'm
feels good
it's like
to
I'm
be
barely
doing this
useful. Like I'm like barely useful. Like
Whatever.
Whoa. Hold on. Let me point something out to you, Mr. Trust. Let me point something out to you. Whenever I first came in here, you had all by your lonesome 200 and some odd people. And now, because of me, we're down. I'm telling you, every
Now
single
that
time I
is
hop up
impact.
here,
That is impact.
all I'm saying is every time I get up here, people start dropping like flies. They're like, no, thank you.
It is not a coincidence at all. It is not even a cause. It's just correlation. See, and they're even telling me to go away. They're telling me to go take another call. Okay. And if one of you motherfuckers call me, I'm gonna be really mad. No, I'm kidding. But
Someone call him on Discord.
somebody call him quick. So,
Somebody's like, all right, I'm getting on the internet and I'm looking up how to get Trust but Verify's phone number.
like I'm just like the useful idiot. So, all right. That's cool. No, this is a good thing though. That means means we have a good community here. So let's start prank calling. Yeah.
We figured it out. Peg the Patriarchy says it's because we don't like pork, Hammy.
Oh
That's the
no,
problem.
it's because you don't like pork. And then
Is Peg coming up? Peg!
Peg is coming up. Yes. To my live of all lives. Hi, Peg.
Did you mean to be here, Peg?
Peg.
I don't think Peg meant to be here.
Oh, nope. Peg didn't mean to be here, but that's okay.
Aw,
Let's see how
Peg.
long it takes. Let's see how long it takes Peg to notice.
Peg.
Yeah.
Wait, quick, everyone gift Peg while they're up
Everyone
here.
give Peg while. Yeah, that's right. Everyone give Peg while she's up here. That's right.
Like 500 coins before.
Their pronouns are
Peg
they,
finds
them,
out.
just so everyone
Oh,
knows.
I'm so sorry. Everybody
Yeah.
gift
No,
them.
that's okay.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I love this.
Yeah, this is
Oh my
great.
god, Queen
You know
Lakeitha,
what?
I love that.
We
Yes.
should do this for when everyone accidentally comes up. I think that's what we're gonna do.
Yeah.
We're gonna. This is how we're gonna punish them.
Peg.
Peg, this is great. I love this.
Peg leg, look at what you
Peg is-
have. You have
Peg is-
982 coins.
Peg has no idea. This 984 coins and counting.
Which
This
is
is
funny
awesome,
because they were just in chat.
right?
They were just in chat and they
Like-
walked away from the phone.
30 seconds ago. Yeah,
Peg.
And they
you
still
are
have
just
yet to find out.
unaliving it in gifts right
you
now.
are. You
Yeah.
are crushing it.
You are
Oh my goodness! Look at
far
this.
Everyone
Look
on
at this.
channel.
He's absolutely unaliving
You're just
it.
crushing it. Look at this.
God.
That is crazy. Okay.
This is how you know
No
Peg
idea.
is the most loved.
Yeah. No idea.
This is how you know. Look,
See?
Peg, what's it like being the unexisting God's favorite?
Yeah, exactly. The non-existent God's favorite that you
What
just.
is it like to be the one Jesus loved?
Yeah, right. What is that like?
What happened
Yeah.
was whenever Jesus was being tempted by Satan, and he saw into the future, he saw Peg, and he's like, "Yep, That's the reason why I'm loving
They're
on the cross
they're
with
the
the
reason why. They are the reason why. This is why I'm going to sacrifice myself. I'm going to sacrifice myself to myself because of Peg.
Peg. I saw Peg.
Man,
You're
this
right
is
in
like
there.
Isn't
the
that
most.
wild?
This is more gifts than I think I've ever gotten. Peg is like up here one time, and they just
Crushing
rake
it.
it all in.
Just absolutely crushing it. This
Absolutely
is
crushing it.
wild. This is
I love it.
this is
I
wild.
want everyone in chat to keep doing it. Keep doing it
Yeah.
as much as you possibly can.
Yeah, just as much
Yes.
as you possibly can. As you know, don't like
Oh,
go
yes.
without a meal, you know, but yeah, absolutely. Do
Right,
as much
right,
as you
right, yeah.
possibly can.
Do as much as you possibly can. Not give everything
Yeah.
you have.
Yeah, not everything you have. Just as much as you
Watch,
possibly can.
someone's gonna comment. Someone's gonna comment. BRB draining my bank account right now.
Right? Gotta go to the ATM, BRB. Yeah.
Switching my Bitcoin over.
Yeah, right? Yeah. Gotta cash out my Bitcoin. Oh my gosh, this is wild. This is wild. Well, I'm thinking we
Yes,
just
I love
like we take another guest and let's just see how long it takes Peg
Yeah,
to
let's
realize.
just leave Peg up here.
Yeah,
Peg to
we're just gonna leave Peg up here and see. Even Queen
Here, I'm
Latifah's
just gonna
coming
put
up.
them. I'm just gonna put them on mute so that
Yeah,
they
okay.
don't accidentally
We'll mute
say
'em.
anything.
We'll just see how long.
Don't
Hey,
want-
Queen,
don't want
how are you?
Hi, friends. How are y'all?
Hello.
I love this. Let's keep gifting.
Just
Peg.
keep going. Just
Not let them
bury Peg in coins. Just do it. Yeah, exactly. Just bury Peg in coins.
I just wanted to come up and give a little
Gift
plug
Queen.
for Amadeus and Storm's
Ah,
live
yeah.
tonight. So it'll
What time's
be
that
8
at?
p.m. Eastern.
Okay, guess what? We're gonna raid Storm's Pictionary game tonight. That's what we're gonna do. See,
And
we
it
already
was so fun the other night.
Yeah.
She made, it's a terrible situation they're in, but she made it the
That's
most
awesome.
enjoyable we could. And we had a great time drawing dicks and, all that.
see. You get to draw
As
dicks
one does.
for like
As one
at
does,
8 p.m. Eastern. You get to draw
else?
exactly.
Where else on the tiki-talkie do you get to draw dicks?
I can't
Exactly.
believe she didn't get any violations because we were doing it all. Oh
That's
my gosh.
great. That's great.
It was
If
so
you want
fun
to see
and
the
so
drawn peepees,
Yes, we drew a lot of things. And I am not the best drawer, but I still had a great time.
That's awesome. I stayed in a little bit for the Friday night trivia night. That was pretty cool. I donated a
that's
little bit of
embarrassing
money.
that you saw that.
Yeah, I did see that. But hey, I donated anyway. So,
No, I'm just embarrassed for myself because
you did fine. You did fine.
no, I did not. But okay.
hey, I need to
It
point
was
out
for a good cause.
Yeah, I need to point out that Maiko says dicks for a good cause.
Dicks for a good cause. Okay, 8:00 Eastern. So we all know where we're going, right?
Yeah, check
Storm.
out Storm's page. It'll
Storm's
be a good
page.
time. if you wanna
Yep,
be there.
and it's Madam Storm. I think that's one way to look her up. Madam Storm. So just look up Madam Storm. All right. Well,
Well, thank you for letting me do the little shameless plug.
absolutely, Queen Latifah. You're welcome up anytime.
Real quick, because
All right,
Queen
kick
sounds
me
like
out for the algorithm. if you
nope,
want.
nope. Hold on.
Wait,
hold
we're
on.
not going to
Make
kick
sure
you
y'all
yet
get
because
some
Hammy's
more.
not done with you yet. Yeah. Hold on.
Nope. We gotta. Queen needs more than 4 coins. Come on now.
Oh yeah,
Just-
only 4? Come on, chat.
Only 4.
Unless everybody
look.
gave everything they had for to Peg. Yeah.
Or
Hold
save
up.
it for Storms.
Oh, that's a better idea. Let's save it for Storm. But everybody give at least one more to Queen. For
Oh my gosh, you guys are too sweet. Thank
there
you.
we go. Okay, but then save the rest of it for Storm tonight. We got bigger fish to fry. Not that Queen doesn't deserve it. Queen is amazing, awesome, but yeah. We got a bigger
I want to
cause.
see galaxies and storms. I want to see like
Yeah.
like I want to see galaxy after galaxy after galaxy after galaxy.
Even better. Attached to Storm's profile is a Vimo. Storm does have a
Yes.
Vimo. Yeah. So that's even better.
And it's the $ Madam Storm, but
Dollar sign
with
Madam
an E.
Storm. Yeah. $ Madam Storm with an E and then Storm. No E at
Yeah.
the end. Yeah. So save it up for that. And make sure your Vimo is all funded and a lot and active and all that. And for those who are, I think doesn't she have another way to do it? Queen?
Cash App.
Yeah, she has. So yeah. So yeah, for those out of the country, you might just have to do gifts, but that's okay. Just whatever you can. But yeah, there's CApp, there's Vimo, it's $ Madam Storm. There it is. But okay.
I think Peg realized what happened.
Yeah, they did.
They did? That's
Yeah.
awesome. That is awesome.
Yeah, Peg, you've been out for maybe like what, 10 minutes?
10 minutes.
But-
7 minutes and
like
21
an hour.
seconds. Yeah, 7 minutes.
Yeah,
You've been up for like an hour. You've been up here for like an hour, Peg.
We heard
Yeah.
everything.
Like-
Peg.
we heard
We heard everything.
All of your conversation.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, we heard so much that we know everything about you now.
Yeah. But we're not going to tell
We know
anybody.
your real name.
Yeah.
We know your real name, and we're not going to tell nobody.
Yeah.
Okay, but for real, just so your anxiety doesn't get high, we muted you.
We did mute you. We did mute me after a
Yeah.
few minutes. We were really trying to get in touch with you. Like we were yelling,
Yeah,
but
but when we realized you didn't know you were up here, we were like, quick,
we
everyone,
did mute you.
send them
Yeah.
all the gifts.
Yeah. We
We're
did
probably
do
in
that.
their
Pretty
pocket
sure-
or something.
I'm pretty sure if I yelled out like this, Peg the patriarchy, you're on panel. You might have heard. I didn't want to blow out everybody else's eardrums.
Yeah. There were no bad noises at all. It was so wholesome. It was very, very
You
wholesome.
know we're messing with you, Peg. You're the
Yeah,
best.
exactly. You are the best. So thank you for giving us something fun to do. That was
Miko.
cool.
Miko, why were you reciting your social security number over and over?
Why were you telling us that? Why were you telling us the name of your childhood home, like the address of your childhood home?
Yeah.
We didn't. Like,
your mom's maiden last name?
Yeah, exactly.
the name of your first pet. Like I don't like what I was like. Okay, I'll make sure I write this down.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, good thing you didn't yell, Hammy.
Yeah.
So
Good thing the Hammy didn't yell.
all right. So do we
All right,
have
will y'all kick me? I'm getting a phone call. I need to
okay.
take. So.
All right. Okay. See you, Queen.
Bye,
Go away.
Queen.
Bye.
Talk to you.
Have a good one, Queen.
All right. So hey, are there any other theists out there that want to give us some evidence that God is real? If you believe in the God of the Bible, the Torah, the Quran, and you're at least 18, request on up and let's talk. So as you see, we have pretty calm conversations here. Pretty calm. It may go a little bit debatey, as Hammy did say, but still, we're cordial, we're respectful. We match energy here. So as long as you're cool with us, we're cool with you. We didn't come from a random explosion for one. I would agree with that. We did not. That is correct. And science agrees with you, but that does not mean a God is real.
No. It's funny. Somebody asked me in the chat a little bit ago, and we're busy making sure that Peg got all the love, that I didn't respond. But they asked me how much money I have, and I'm like, my card declined for $40 to get the gas. No, we ain't got shit around here.
When somebody asks me that, I say not enough for you to care about. So that's how much I got. Okay, we have a guest, Drip Fetty. How you doing?
I'm good, Bubba. I'm good.
Doing well. All right.
God is a belief, though. Like, how do you prove something that you're supposed to believe in? Like,
Okay.
where's the proof?
Okay. So if I hear what you're saying. Now, if you're saying though that you don't have any evidence for what you believe in, then can you say that's a rational belief?
No, but does it have to be rational?
I think sometimes it does in the sense that because what we're only really talking about is when you use that belief, not you personally, but you in general, when people use a belief to oppress others, to justify taking rights away, or, force those beliefs on other people, that's when it becomes a problem.
Okay, but religion isn't the only beliefs that do that.
Which other ones do that?
I mean, is Kim Jong-un?
Oh yeah,
religious?
that's bad. Yeah, no, that's not a religious belief, but you are right. That is harmful. I agree with that. And so, but I think that's why we need to have, I think it's better to have beliefs that we have evidence for than say, because then we get into a situation like what you just described, that you have now an entire country that's being oppressed.
But
And
that's natural. The word is supernatural, right?
Yeah. Doesn't mean
So
though.
you're talking about natural things, and the whole entire belief system is described as a supernatural, beyond natural thinkings, right?
Yeah. All supernatural is, the definition is that which can't be explained by science, right? And
I mean, I guess.
Yeah, that's the definition.
I was just thinking beyond our natural understanding.
Yeah, like I said, I don't specifically, like, I'm not telling everybody drop any belief that you have no evidence for, right? I'm not telling anybody that. What I'm saying though is, and that's why I specifically narrow it to like folks who believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, Quran, because we have found that we have a lot of data that suggests that those religions that are in, that are the most popular now also cause a lot of harm. And so I think that's why it's really important, at least I think so, and a lot of my friends think so, that we explore these beliefs. We ask people, why you believe in this? And, what evidence do you have? And the other thing is, I'm open to having my mind changed too.
Why is it so hard for people to separate the math teacher from the math book?
That's a good question.
You know what I'm saying?
I think because of the emotional like attachment, because like a math book is all mental, right? There's not much emotional attachment to it, but then the math teacher can invoke their own emotion into it and put their own like flavor to it, right? And make it feel like it's more true than it actually is. I don't know if that makes sense, but
no,
yeah.
it makes sense. But
Yeah.
Now, with that said, what if that's what we're getting? We're getting bad teachers, not bad religion.
Then if that's the case, that's why it's also important. And I think this justifies even more why we do this, is because if we do have a lot of bad teachers out there, and if it's just, well, go read the book and study it yourself and then make a determination whether or not it's true, whether or not you can show us. Because like if you take your math teacher analogy, right? And if you just had a math teacher say, Drip, that just said, okay, hey, 2 + 2 = 4, a squared plus b squared equals c squared, this, that, and the third, but they never show you anything. Have you really learned anything? Or versus a teacher that says, okay, I'm going to tell you this information and then I'm going to sit down and I'm going to show you. I'm going to demonstrate it to you. Which one do you think would be more effective at teaching and learning?
The second one, right? But
right.
Wicked men, you ever seen the Book of Eli?
The Book of Enoch?
The movie?
Oh,
Eli,
yeah. Book of Eli. Yeah, with Denzel.
There were two people with two different motives for the same book. Did you realize that in the movie?
Oh, for sure. Absolutely.
One guy wanted it so he could control people. The other guy kept it so he could set people free.
Mm-hmm.
The truth is a double-edged sword. The people who hold the truth and control the truth, they can control the narrative, right? So if wicked people are the ones who have it, I'm sure to imagine that we're going to use it for wickedness, right? They've used it to get rich. They've used it to enslave people. They've used it to dominate. They've used it to grape and pillage. But I don't think that is the point of it. And if you read it yourself, you would see like the fruits of the spirit are kindness, meekness, patience, temperance. These things.
Okay. What do we do then with the passages that do talk about graping and do talk about genocide and do talk about suffering and torture and all those other things? What do we do with those passages? Because it has plenty of that too. The Bible has plenty of those.
Okay, so take what you just said, right? What type of book writes itself that way?
What type of book writes itself that way? I'm not sure what you
Yeah,
mean. I'm not sure what you're asking.
I want you to believe in me, but I'm going to put so much horrible stuff in it that people can say what you're saying right now. What
Okay.
type of book writes itself that way?
Well, if this book, well, the problem though is with this, if this book is like has a moral code in it, but then it turns around and it's talking about, you know, genociding entire races. If it's talking about, you know,
I think
going,
it's a history book.
well, it's
That's why. That's
I
why
wouldn't,
the good, the
I
bad,
wouldn't
and the
entirely
ugly
agree
is
with
in
that.
it.
I'd say it's a historical book. It's got it's part of history. I wouldn't call it a history book by itself, even though it has historical elements into it. That would be the same thing as me saying that the Iliad is a history book. It's an old book. It's got, you know, it's a historical piece, you know, but
What is,
ultimately it's
I'm not familiar with
mythology.
that. I'm not familiar with that book.
The Iliad? Yeah, it's written by Homer, and it was written during Rome, when Rome was in power, and the emperor at the time wanted something that would link Rome to the Greek gods, because he wanted to make it clear that Rome was because of Rome was there because of the Roman Empire, was because of the gods. And so he commissioned Homer to write an epic about it. And so that's what Homer did. And
so
yeah.
You notice how the Iliad is more recent, I'm assuming, than the Bible, but the Bible is what is it
no,
about
it's older.
this
I think
book?
it's about the same age as the Bible, maybe a little bit newer, but yeah.
What is it about this book that we're having a conversation about it right now? Why? What is it
Why?
about this book?
Well, see, here's the problem. When I go into the Bible and I read it, because I've read it, I don't know how many times, over a dozen times, and I was a Christian for over 30 years, and we've got other people here who were former Christians. You know, I've got one here, Ember, who was one for over 20 years, and Hammy, I don't remember how long you were a Christian for, but it was a long time.
Yeah, it was a long time.
Do you leave the religion because of the Bible or because of the people?
The Bible. It wasn't because of the.
Yeah,
it wasn't necessarily because of the people. It was the Bible.
I
Just
had
because it's
great
just not true.
experiences with a lot of people. I had a great experience with a lot of the people within the church.
Yeah.
The people for me just kind of confirmed it. I stopped believing in a God and believing that the God of the Bible was a good God, because I actually read it and thought critically about it outside of my religious indoctrination and education.
Yeah.
There's only two theories for how we got here. Right? 50-50.
There's only two what?
Either we were two theories on how we got here. Human beings, life.
Okay.
Either it was created or it evolved out of nothing.
No.
Right?
Disagree with that.
What's the third?
The universe was always here.
But also the second one, it's like you said that it came out of nothing. And even if there were scientists that would say that there was a beginning, they don't say it's out of nothing. So that second one is already out of the equation.
And then the first one, even if it was created, which God was it that created it? Because everyone has a different idea, every religion, of timing, who it was, where it was, how it happened, things like that.
Every religion does that?
Everyone.
Yeah, multiple religion that they have their idea of how the universe and how the world began to.
I mean, even Scientology has an idea of how it all began. They say that Lawrence Zeno pulled spirits out of a volcano and then set us here on Earth. That's like the gist of it.
If you do one read or look at one biopic or biography of L. Ron Hubbard, we can kind of scratch that off the list.
Well, that's
but
just.
Then you have the Norse. You have the Norse who sit there and say that Odin, along with his brother, unalived the giant and created all the 9 realms within the world tree, including humans, out of the parts of the giant.
And your
I think people like them are fallen angels.
Okay. Well,
but
see,
this
that's
is
the
your
thing
subjective opinion.
yeah,
though.
yeah. I mean, you're saying I think it is, and like, how do you know that's true though?
Yeah, it's a belief.
It's a belief. Right. But see, they have a belief.
We can't prove what happened the generation before us.
True. So then if you're just saying it's a belief, I believe this happened. How sure are you? How certain are you that this happened? Like on a scale of 1 to 100, 100% being absolutely certain, no doubt.
We got 50-50 when it comes to heaven or hell, right? I'm just shooting for the side. Because look,
I don't believe in either heaven or hell, so I don't agree with
and that's
that.
also
Yeah.
not true because many
there's
religions
nothing there,
don't.
then none of it matters.
Who says?
Nothing. If there's nothing there, nothing we do here matters. This conversation doesn't matter. My belief in it doesn't matter. Your non-belief in
That's
it
one way to
doesn't
look at
matter.
it.
None of it matters.
Well, that's
So
one
it's
way to
like,
look at it. I
yeah,
mean, that's like a
that's just
nihilist
better than
approach, because there are nihilists who believe that. They say, yeah, it doesn't really matter what we do here. I don't believe that personally. I don't think that's true, because what matters is what I make it.
If it matters,
Well,
but
honestly-
no, I'm saying if something matters on the other end, then that means there's someone to make it or something to make it matter.
But that's a big
Drip,
if.
the thing is, yeah, that's a big if, and the thing is
well,
ultimately, if
50,
you think
guys.
that, if
It's
you
not
think
50-50.
that, it's not 50-50, but if you think that, if there is no God, that there's no meaning, then that seems like a problem on your behalf, on your imagination.
No,
It's not a problem for me.
not if there's no God. If
I
there's
find-
nothing after we die.
Drip, I find meaning in this life because it's the only life.
Yeah.
You
Have
don't
you ever-
find,
have you ever-
if
have you ever
anything,
sat with
if
someone on
anything,
their deathbed?
Drip, if
Have you ever
anything,
sat with someone on
you
their
Actually,
shouldn't find
yeah.
meaning in.
What type of things did they talk about?
What type of things do they talk about? Well, see, there's different
Yeah.
phenomenon associated with that, and actually, what you should do, there is a creator on here who is a hospice nurse, and so he cares for patients who are exactly what you were just describing, and so they talk about all different sorts of things, but from his experience,
Do they mainly talk about relationships?
no, they talk about all kinds of different things. It's not just relationships. They talk about all kinds of different things. So but that doesn't, I mean, we're not really we're not getting any closer to demonstrating that this God is real. And I think the thing is for us, I can
We
safely
never
say,
will. We never will.
then
That's
there's no
not-
reason to
you're
believe it.
missing the-
But then why believe it then if you're never going to prove it?
Wait.
Why
The
believe it?
word believe and know are two different words.
Okay, but why
Why
believe
do
it?
I
Why
need to
believe it though? Well,
why do I need to believe? Why do I need to believe something I prove? I know.
No.
There's no
You're missing my point. See, there's different levels of belief. It's a spectrum. It's not either you believe it or you know it. It's a spectrum. And so what we're talking about, I think what you're talking about is a form of belief called faith, which is belief without evidence, which is manifested. It's talked about in your book, Hebrews 11:1. Right.
That's what I'm saying. So
And I'm
that's what
saying-
you're supposed to have.
And we're
you'll
saying,
never be able to prove it.
okay, but we're saying that what is that actually getting you? What's that doing for you? What's that doing for anybody believing in something without evidence?
That's the definition of belief.
I understand that.
Believing-
No. That's
don't-
not the definition of belief. Belief
The
is
things you have evidence.
no.
The things you have evidence for.
You're
you
talking
don't
about
need to
faith.
believe.
That's
You don't.
different. You're talking about faith.
What I'm saying
Belief.
is, I'm saying the difference between believing and knowing.
Yeah,
Once
but it's
I
not.
prove,
But
I
again,
don't need
it is
to
not.
believe.
It is not either a black and white. It's not an either or. It's a spectrum. Like
So-
you can have 80% certainty in something. You can 80% believe something. You can 10% believe something. But that's all
Then that
based
means you don't
upon
know.
exactly. But that's all based upon how much evidence you have. Because all evidence does is that increases increases the probability of something being true, right? It just increases probability. Like, I believe my wife is going to come home from work, all right? But I don't know 100% until she gets home from work. So that's the difference.
When she gets home, you no longer need to believe.
Well, Drip.
Well, yeah, of course, because she's home.
Belief is
That's
something.
what I'm saying. So if the minute you know, you no longer need to believe.
Okay, so then that means it's not, but it's not belief without evidence, is it? Because when she, but see, here's the thing: is it? Hold on. Is it? Hold on, I got a question for you. Is it belief with or without evidence?
It doesn't matter.
Yes, it does matter.
Hold on, wait.
My
You
wife
had no
getting home.
evidence she was coming home.
I have no evidence she's coming home.
You had no evidence she was coming home.
Okay, so
You
if
had
I
no evidence. You just said you don't. I
didn't say
believe,
that.
but I don't know.
I didn't say that. I said I don't know for sure. But are you saying I have no evidence? So if she texts me and says she's going to be home at a certain time, are you saying that's no evidence? Are you saying that's not evidence?
We didn't say that. That's definitely evidence, right?
Okay, but I didn't say I didn't have evidence. I did not say that. Please don't put words in my mouth. I said I don't know for sure. I don't know. I believe until she gets home. Okay? But I have a very high strong belief, right? Is the fact that she comes home every day at a certain time, is that evidence or is that not evidence?
That's pattern. I guess we can go off pattern.
And it's pattern evidence.
I don't know. Is pattern evidence?
Yeah.
For what? And what for what?
Well,
pattern
it's the
evidence of
same.
what?
It's the same as the sun rising tomorrow, right? Do we have evidence that the sun will rise tomorrow?
Okay, yeah, I'll grant that.
Okay.
So symbiosis, the bee, you take the bees away, everything dies.
Oh, what's a pivot?
How could that be random?
What?
It's not random.
What does that
No, no, it's not a pivot.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No scientist
What I'm
believes that's
saying,
random.
Okay, do you know
It's
anything
not
about
random.
DNA? Do you know anything about DNA and how they can rewrite it and edit it and all that good
Yes.
stuff? And there's definitely like a language to it.
No, that's a metaphor.
Hold on.
When they say it's a language or they call it code, that's just a metaphor. So it's to help people, it's to help stupid people like me understand it better. That's all that means. But it's not a code that's written. There's no intent behind it. We can't see a teleology behind DNA. We see what we do see though.
Have you ever heard of CRISPR-Cas?
Excuse me?
Have you ever heard of CRISPR-Cas?
Yeah, I've heard of CRISPR-Cas. And I know that, I know exactly what you're talking about, but DNA itself, the presence of DNA itself does not indicate any type of purpose or that intelligent design behind it. You're going to have to demonstrate that that's true.
What about all the
Drip, I've got a question for
What
you.
about all the no, I don't have
Hold
to
on,
demonstrate it's
I
true.
got a
I just
question
have to
for
kind of
you.
believe the evidence.
Wait,
Drip,
hold
I
on.
got a question.
Actually, hang on. Everybody stop for a sec. Drip, one thing is that you're really muffled right now. It sounds like your
Okay,
face.
my bad.
Yeah, your profile shows you're wearing a mask, and it sounds like you're wearing a mask. So,
No, I'm in the Bluetooth.
okay. All right.
You're talking to me.
Okay,
So,
that's better. That's better. Whatever you did there, it's a little better. All right, go ahead, Hammy.
Yeah,
I took my
you have
hoodie
to
off.
talk into your phone
chilly outside.
because you have to talk into your phone because it doesn't pick up the Bluetooth microphone.
What was the question?
So my question for you is that when you look up at the clouds and you see a cloud in the shape of a cat, do you say, "Oh my God, how did that cat get in the sky"?
No, I say
No.
that cloud looks like a cat.
Yeah. So whenever people are talking about how DNA looks like a language and looks like code, they don't mean it's actual language or actual code. They're just saying
How do
that
they rewrite it?
the rewriting of it
How do they
is,
read it?
again, these are words that people use.
These are still
So that
metaphors.
way,
Yeah, it's not
layman-
rewriting it.
Yeah,
But
it's
how could
a,
they go in
listen,
and design a baby?
drip. Listen. These are just phrases that people use, so that way laymen, people who are not in the field, can understand it. Because if they sit there
Okay.
and listed off a bunch of scientific mumbo jumbo that you have no idea what the hell they're saying, like how is
Beyond the
that
words.
going? Yeah, how is that going
Beyond the
to?
words. So beyond the words, we don't understand the words. let's talk about the actions of it. They're copying and pasting. If you want brown eyes, they can give you brown eyes. If you want blue, they know the gene for that. They know how do they obviously figure out in whatever language to map it.
It's not
Whatever
language. See,
language
listen,
it's in, they
Drip.
know how to read it.
Okay, I'm
Computer
going to break
code
this.
isn't
No, Drip.
letters,
I'm going
but
to
it's
break this down
language.
for you beautifully, so that way you understand it without realizing that this isn't language, right? So whenever it comes to like switching out genes, right? We know the genetic, like the chemical makeup and the genetical makeup that makes brown eyes or makes blue eyes or makes, certain traits in a person. So what they do is they take that gene and that makeup, they take it and put it into either babies in certain cases or in grown adults if
They
it's
take it
something
from
that
where?
can be changed.
Where do
right?
they find it? Where do they take it from?
They create it. Because the thing is whenever it comes to genes and stuff like that, it is not something that is like beyond like comprehension. Because the thing is like for instance, one of the biggest things that creates like DNA and RNA and stuff like that is amino acids. We can create that. I could create that
We can
in
make
my
those.
house with
What does
simple
mRNA mean?
stuff. Do what?
What does mRNA mean?
It's
I forget what.
mitochondrial RNA? Mitochondrial
Yeah.
ribonucleic.
Messenger RNA.
Oh, messenger. My bad.
Messenger
I'm
RNA.
thinking of
Messenger,
mitochondrial DNA. Yeah, it's messenger RNA. Well, see, here's the thing also. You got to think about it like this. Because they do make copies of it, but it's also like this. It's also like this, Drip. It's like they're performing surgery on the DNA. So they're altering it, and they're kind of like you said, they're cutting and pasting. But that's what surgeons do to our bodies too. They cut and paste. They can take like a ligament from a dead body, and they can insert it into us, and that ligament will still work. They're kind of doing a lot of the same things with DNA. So it's not like language. What's that?
How much do you know about the human cell?
Like a
cell.
high school biology level of education.
Okay, cool. That's enough. Do you understand that every cell has the same functions that you have? Like it eats, it sleeps, it has a job.
I mean, yes and no. That's a little bit of a too simplistic response. Like, I don't think sperm cells have the same function I do. Sperm cells are cells, and they don't have this. They don't do the same thing I do.
They have a job.
That is a job.
They sleep, and they
Sperm
drink,
cells have jobs.
and they commune with each other. You ever seen the movie Osmosis Jones?
Yes, I have, but they don't have minds. The sperm cells don't have minds. They don't do it like that.
My cells aren't out here working at the gas station.
Yeah, they're doing biological jobs, right?
Yeah.
Well,
they have
when we say
functions.
jobs-
Yeah, they have functions.
Yeah. When we say
Okay,
jobs,
so-
we're using terms that, again, lay people can understand, so that way people know what the hell the scientists are talking about.
I'm
Yeah, it's
I'm
functions.
just the one using jobs here. That's
Yeah.
me saying jobs. That's not him. So they have the smallest measure of you has the same type of what's the words I'm looking for? It has a reality for it,
Well,
like the quantum realm.
Well, it doesn't really have the same functions as a full-grown human. Like, so for instance, my cells don't have to.
Doctors and scientists cannot tell if you're bacteria or human. You're so many things put together. We do not know if
No, because the thing is what makes a human. Because bacteria make up humans. Like, we have bacteria everywhere,
So
but we
many of
also
them.
have other
But
things.
they don't know if we're just a whole bunch of bacteria that poop and
But
talk.
Drip, for instance, your teeth and your nails are not bacteria. Your skin is not bacteria. Your hair is not bacteria. It can have bacteria on them, yes, but they themselves are not bacteria. It's not even based bacteria.
Every animal here has every insect pretty much has a function. Like roaches are like the trash compactors.
Okay.
Like
Well,
every
okay, but
I don't understand how y'all don't see the evidence.
okay, well,
around you.
if you don't, well, see, that's the thing is that you first came here and said there is no evidence, but now you're saying it's everywhere around us. But see, the problem is just because
I was
you,
saying that in the,
just
I was
bec-
saying in the comment. I see them in everything.
okay, but just because you
But you
can't,
have to
but see, the
believe
thing
that
is
that's
that you,
God.
but see, the thing is, the problem that we're seeing here is that what you're saying is I can't explain these things, therefore there must be a God, and that's you know what that's called? Are you familiar with God of the Gaps?
What you mean? Like what I don't know is I give it to God. Like
Yeah, what you don't know,
I
you just you throw God in that gap. So if there's a gap in knowledge, we just throw God in there, and that's what we've done since the beginning of time. We have we didn't know why volcanoes erupted, God did it. We didn't know why lightning came down from the sky, God did it. You know why it rained, why it earthquaked, why it typhoons, monsoons, hurricanes. We attributed all that stuff to gods, and then we found out that gods weren't responsible for any of that. And now we're still doing that with things like, well, how did we get here? The Big Bang, all that stuff. We're just putting God in that
normal
gap.
But it's the gap that you can only know until you're dead.
Okay,
So
but
what
see,
would
there's
you-
no.
what would
But
you
why
put
would
there?
you put? Why would you need to put something there in the first place? Like, what's the purpose of that? Why do you need to have God there?
To make this place mean something. Because if there's
To make
no
it
God
mean
after
something?
you die, then it's just over.
Well, Drip, let me ask you this.
It's just over.
Okay, well,
Just let me ask you this: if you're going like with the more we learn about the natural world around us, the less places we're able to put that God in those gaps. So, you keep going, you'll sit there and say, "Well, what about this?" And I say, "Well, we can
No.
explain that this way."
No, I'm not.
So
I'm
then
not
that's
going
not
for that
a
one.
place where
Because
God.
we know a lot. We know a lot, and he's still
Yeah.
filling the same gap. Afterlife.
What is
So,
what?
until-
What does that have
yeah,
anything to do with what I said, Drip?
that's the gap. That's the gap. Afterlife.
the gap is that. Well, no, there's no evidence for afterlife. There's zero.
And this is the gap. This is what we'll never know.
Okay,
So no matter
so in other words,
no matter what we know here,
Well,
we're
Drip,
still
let me ask
talking
you
about
this.
heaven and hell.
Let me ask you this: is if you're saying that we can sit there and fill up all the information that we know, we can fill how we got here as far as the universe goes, how everything the Earth was created, how people became to be. Are you saying that even if we fill every single gap with science, that just because we don't know where we go after we unalive, that means God?
No, that's just the gap I can put him in.
So if you're busy finding where you can put God, what's the use of this?
What do you mean?
Because if all the spots that you used to put God is getting filled with science and getting filled with better understanding of the world around us without
why
the
can't-
need. Wait, listen.
Prove it.
Listen.
God doesn't fit that
Out.
gap.
Because the thing is, whenever it comes to the science and the natural world around us, the God hypothesis is unnecessary as an explanation. So
The
if
natural
we keep,
world around us
it's
does not sound
unnecessary
like
with the God
afterlife.
hypothesis.
It does not sound like afterlife to me, buddy.
Yeah, which is why I'm saying that if we filled up all the gaps with science of the natural world around us, you're saying that the only place your God exists is the
The
afterlife.
most important part, because it's heaven and hell. That's what we're talking about here.
Hell
Let's
is
be
not
real.
even biblical.
That's what, but that's what we're, because if hell didn't, if nobody ever mentioned hell, we wouldn't even be talking
Hell
about
was a later invention by Christians. It wasn't even in the Bible.
it. Doesn't, but if it didn't get invented, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. Let's be honest.
Well, yeah, of
No,
course we
we
wouldn't
wouldn't-
be having the conversation, and it was, but the concept of like an underworld and afterlife, it's been around for a long time, right? That doesn't mean it exists though, because the concept of God's causing natural disasters was around for thousands of years before we understood that not to be the case. I mean, you know, gotta understand, science has only been around for a couple hundred years. So, you know, we figured out these things just only not too long ago. And so, but that's the thing, that doesn't make it real. That doesn't mean it's true. And I think
all those gods though were earthly things, right? Like they were
Well,
down
how do you
here
know that?
blinking on women. No, because
Okay.
that's how people describe them.
Well, not all of them.
If we're going to
Not all
believe
of them
anything.
were doing that. And if you think about it, so was this
What,
God.
were they dragged?
I mean, that's how Jesus was born, right?
I mean, it didn't say he
messing with
came
a-
down in a physical form and did that.
No, but he doesn't say that. But what I'm saying though is that he still needed a woman to get the job done, because your God could have just snapped his finger and Jesus could have been here. But
I mean,
no,
but that was, but
he
that was,
had to
that was
have a
the,
woman to do it.
prophecy in Genesis. But that was
Okay.
the prophecy in Genesis. I'm going to send a seed through a woman. Blah
That's
blah
if that
blah.
was if that was true, yeah. And we don't. But see, the thing is we don't know if that was just a made up story. So it would line up with what was done in Genesis, because, you know, I will give it to the writers of the Bible. They did a better job than everybody else of tying things back to what was written in the Old Testament. But that doesn't make any of it true, because the problem is we can't verify any of this.
You heard what you just said. That was kind of you saying you see something there.
I don't
You
see
just don't
anything
know
there.
what you
No, I don't see
Drip,
anything there.
drip.
All I can see is that the writers read back and read what they saw and then created something and wrote something to match what they saw from before.
Over hundreds of years.
Huh?
Over hundreds of years, different languages. Over
Yep.
hundreds of years, different
Hundreds of
ones.
years, yeah. Because
No,
yeah,
no other book, man.
Yeah.
No
Drip.
other book. I'm telling
Drip.
you, it's an awkward book.
Drip, the authors
Yeah.
of the New Testament had access to the Torah.
they had access to the Torah. So I mean, they could go back and
Okay.
just refer to it. And on top of that, they got it wrong. A lot of the prophecies they got wrong. They screwed it up because they couldn't understand the Hebrew and they were writing in ancient Greek. So they got the translations wrong and they misread a whole bunch of stuff. And it's obvious, like in Matthew, there's mistakes all over the place. So even then, like I said, they did a better job than most, but they still did a horrible job, an absolutely terrible job.
You guys, anybody ever heard of Wes Huff?
Horrible, yes.
What?
An absolutely horrible apologist. Yeah. Please stop reading
Who?
him. You can do a lot. Wes Huff. You can do a lot better than Wes Huff.
Oh, Wes
Terrible.
Huff?
Yeah, awful.
Why is he terrible?
Why would I
God,
say
would
that?
go after Mike Jones over
Yeah,
Wes Huff.
I would do Mike Jones. I would even do Cliff Connectly over Wes Huff, and Cliff Connectly is ridiculous.
Okay.
Cliff Connectly's ridiculous.
What's wrong with Connectly?
Cliff Connectly is ridiculous.
He's ridiculous.
He's just ridiculous. It's laughable. And
I mean, well, let me ask you a question. If you could prove that God was real, would you believe in him then?
no, of course, but then it comes the secondary
You
thing.
would have to. Then you wouldn't
You'd have-
have to.
Well, yeah, you would have to, because
Well, no, you wouldn't
because
have
it would
to,
be
because
it
you
would
just
be
proved
irrational to it would be irrational to believe in something that has evidence. Like if you gave me evidence that God is real and I refuse to believe it, that's irrational. That's an irrational belief. So yeah, of course I would believe it because there's
No,
evidence.
it's not. That's
Drip.
a personal belief. God's not gonna force you into heaven.
Drip. Belief
You don't want to go.
is
You don't
just
want to go.
Drip, listen. Belief is just something that you hold to be true. That is the only definition for belief. The belief that you keep on referring to is actually what we call faith, which is belief holding
Belief
something
without
to be
evidence.
true without evidence.
It's belief without evidence.
So belief is just a position you hold to be true. That's
But that's what we're saying though. Believe in.
Yeah.
Yes.
No.
Believe is
That's-
something that you hold.
Like, that's the belief we're talking about.
That is faith, and that is not that is a harmful kind of belief. It's a very harmful
But
kind
what
of
I'm
belief.
saying, that's he's saying that I'm speaking of a different type of belief. No, that is the belief.
You're speaking of faith.
You're speaking about
No.
faith.
When we say that we
What?
believe in something,
How else do you believe in something you don't have evidence for?
You don't.
but
That's
Drip,
what
the thing
faith
is,
is.
you
But
said
we believe in things with
So
evidence. That's
what
the difference.
what other belief can you believe in
Okay.
God with if not faith?
Well, that's just it. I just keep it. We keep saying to you, that's the whole problem.
So
Is
I'm
you
saying
need
to
faith to
him,
believe in
no,
this
so I'm
God,
saying to
and you don't
him,
have
that's how
evidence, and it's an
I'm
irrational belief. Because now you have, because this is what you're up against. What you're up against is now if you're saying my faith is what I need to believe in my God, well, that's what every religion uses to believe in their gods. So Muslims have faith. Are you telling me that the hijackers of 9/11 didn't have faith?
I believe evolution is a faith.
Okay. But there's evidence for evolution. So that's not true. We have
What
lots
type
of
of
evidence for
what type of
evolution.
evolution?
In every major
we have
scientific, we have evidence in chemistry, we have evidence in geology, we have evidence in biology, microbiology, botany, we have evidence in archaeology, we have evidence in anthropology, we have evidence in psychology, in
We have evidence.
neuroscience, we have
No,
evidence in every
no, we do
major
not. We have
scientific
evidence
discipline.
of certain.
Wow.
We have evidence of certain type of evolution, like kid grow to man,
Okay, what is
or
the definition of
dog
evolution?
grow to.
Oh boy, this is
We don't
Hammy.
have.
It's like you
We
and
don't
I.
have.
This is like Groundhog Day, Hammy. Hammy, we had this conversation like 2 weeks ago, didn't we?
I'm talking about. I'm talking about single cell organisms.
niche. This
Yeah.
is
I'm
what I
talking
love.
about single
This is-
cell organisms.
Yeah,
Go to everything.
Hold on.
you see.
Hold on. We got to
There's no
stop.
evidence.
Hold on. We got to stop. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, wait. Hang on, Hammy. Drip. What's the definite? What is evolution? What is it?
Which one? Micro, macro? What are we talking about?
There's only one.
Cellular
That's
evolution,
micro.
chemical
Macro
evolution?
is
No, that's
macro is one. It's
only
one part of
one.
evolution. What is it? Macro's one. Micro's another. But there's more to it than that. What else is it?
That's what I'm saying. So when you say what's the definition of evolution?
Yeah, and
what
I
type of
just said it. I said it's micro, it's macro. Yes, all those two. What else? What else is it? You've only named
You
two
have
pieces of
chemical
it.
evolution. You have atmospheric evolution. All
But
of
what
it has
is
to
it?
evolve.
What is it? What is the what is the
Obviously, I don't
mechanism?
know. I don't
Okay,
know.
so if you don't
I
know
don't
what
know. Tell
evolution
me.
is, if you don't know what it is, how can you say there's no evidence for it if you don't know what it is?
I know what they taught me. I know that they taught me.
Who
we
taught
came
you?
from apes. There is who taught
You
me?
didn't learn that from anybody who is actually reputable in science. That we came from apes.
Every science book that there
No.
ever was, it has.
That's not what it says.
Said you came.
It does not
It
say
does
that.
not say we came from
single-cell
apes.
organism. No,
We
So
ourselves
It does not.
are
It does not
what?
say. Okay, you got to cite us. It does not say we came from apes. That's not what evolution says.
What does it
So
say we came
either
from?
you were misinformed or you weren't paying attention. That's not what I was. That's not what it says.
We listen, Drip.
Ab hominim aren't our.
Wait, hold on,
Ad
Hammy.
hominem?
We didn't descend
Don't
from,
teach him. Just let him
We
go.
didn't descend from ad hominem.
Okay. Ad hominems.
I'm confused at this point.
What's an
I mean,
what?
not ad hominem.
What is?
I'm using the wrong word. Homo. What's homo? The one before Homo sapien.
Okay.
What was it?
Well, there were many before Homo sapien. Like which one? Are you talking about the one right before,
Okay,
like
so
Homo
we
erectus, or?
evolved from we evolved from all of that, right? And they came from apes, right?
No.
No.
So
I
It's
don't
not
know.
from
I
apes.
was taught a different evolution.
Yeah, we
I was
are
taught a different
apes.
evolution.
For one thing, we are apes.
I was taught a different evolution.
Okay,
Yeah.
Drip. Here.
I was taught that a single cell
Perfect.
organism turned into
Perfect.
everything you see now.
Perfect, Drip. I can look. I can actually help you here, and this is how this worked, right? Us and our primate relatives, we share a same common ancestor. That one group took to the trees, or stayed in the trees, and the other group took to the savannas. And the ones that took to the savannas, needed to change in order to live in the savannah. So we started changing. Our bodies started changing. Our
Where did the
legs
group
went.
come from?
Do what?
Where did they come from in the beginning?
They came from, as I said, a common ancestor between us and
Where did the common ancestor come from?
another lineage, and it keeps going. Like we can keep going back all the way until single cell.
To
but
human, to
we did
something
not.
like that looks like a human, or to a single cell organism? Where does it go? Where does it start?
Of course, it starts with single cell organisms because
Yeah.
everything
Okay,
has
so we
single
know.
cells.
So
Everything
we do
goes
know
back
the
to a
same
single.
evolution. So we do know this. So we do know the same evolution. You were trying to
No.
use
Well,
word
we
magic.
know well, yeah, that's the same, but there's a misunderstanding here because when we say it's not correct to say we came from apes, we are apes. So we can't come from what we
Okay.
are, right?
Okay. So
Now we
so
have a
word
common
magic.
ancestor, yeah, with apes, like with the great apes. We are one of the great apes, but the other great apes like gorillas, orangutans, who else am I missing? You know,
Do
the
you know
great
what
apes.
word
We have a
magic
common
is?
we have a common
Do
ancestor
you know
with
what
them.
word magic? Do you know what word magic is?
Bonobos.
Word magic?
Yeah. Double
Um,
speak word magic. Do you know what that is?
double speak, word magic.
use doubles.
Do you know what it is? When you
in a way, yeah.
when you get moggled down on my semantics to disprove me,
Well, no.
but
The
you
thing
end
is
up
it's.
not disproving me.
But the thing is
Because
it's not
the
correct to
fact that
say
you were
we came
saying
from
I was
apes.
saying we came from exactly right. I'm a nigga. Come on, you know what I'm talking about. But you were bogged down on that. I said from to disprove what I was
Because that
saying.
implies we're
But
not
it actually
apes.
goes back.
That's
But
the
it
problem.
actually, but that's still
And that's not what
semantics.
double
You
speak
could have
is.
said
That's
that
not
is
what
what
double
double
speak.
speak is.
No, it's
But
not what
wait,
double speak is.
the only thing I'm
That's
going
definitely what
to
word magic is.
wait,
That's
hold
definitely
on.
what
Okay, it
word
might be
magic
word
is.
magic,
Hold on.
but what
The
I'm
only
saying
thing
though,
I'm going to
Yeah.
say,
all right,
the
hang
only
on.
thing I'm
Go
going
ahead,
to say
Amber.
is that semantics are important.
There can
The
be.
They're
defining
very important. But
terms,
he knew what I meant.
defining terms, and having a correct
He
understanding
knew
of
what
those
I meant
terms.
though.
Wait,
If you
Drip,
didn't know
if
what
you
I mean,
speak, just so you know,
then
Drip,
that's
if you
one
speak
thing.
at
But
the,
he knew
hold
what I
on,
meant.
Drip, if you speak at the same time when other people are speaking, nobody can hear you. Nobody can hear you when you are over speaking Trust. Nobody can hear you when you're over speaking Hammy. Nobody can hear you when you're over speaking me.
We heard you.
Please do not. Yeah, and I am trying to emphasize the point because you've been doing it the entire time. Semantics are very important because we have to be on the same level of understanding of what we are talking about. So those specific terms and ideas must be solidified that we are all talking about the same thing.
Okay, cool. So we all came from a single cell organism.
Mm-hmm. We're with you on that
Everything
one.
you see. That's
Yep.
okay, cool. So the fact that I said we came from apes is so minuscule that her
Not
little
really.
diatribe about semantics. See what I'm saying? You about to do it again because you know I don't know the difference. So if you know I don't know the difference, you know what I mean.
No,
No, I
that's
don't.
not true.
You
Because
know what I mean, brother. I don't. Everything came from a single cell organism, which that domino hit that domino, this domino hit that domino, this domino hit that domino, and here we are today.
The problem with saying we came from apes, what you're essentially saying is we are not apes. We are no longer apes. We are apes. Yeah.
Who's disputing
Okay.
that though?
Okay.
So if I'm not disputing that, then you got to know what I mean when I
Okay,
say.
now I know. Now I know what you mean. Yes, now I know what you mean.
But at the beginning, Drip, it's like if I pointed to a cat and said, "Look at that dog," and you're like, "No, but that's cat."
No,
And I'm like, "Well, you know what I mean."
Word magic, because everybody saw the chart with the thing standing up from an ape to a man. Everybody saw that chart.
And that chart is bullshit.
Okay, so when I say we came from apes, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay,
You
all right.
You know that.
Now we know that. But you got to understand also, we hear this a lot. And so when we hear we came from apes, the next part is therefore we're not
apes. That's what people are
apes.
talking about.
That's what other people are saying.
Talking about.
Okay? So it's not
When they
word
say
magic.
we came from apes,
It's just our history with people.
No, because what they'll do, Drip, is they'll follow up with, and that's why we're not apes. That's why we're not apes. So
I
you're
don't
telling
know.
us, you're
Why
telling me
we
we
not
came
apes?
from apes. We're not apes. That's BS. and we're
Why
trying to
why
say,
why
well,
are we not
that's a
why
misconception.
are we not a form of ape? Why are we not a form of ape?
We are a form of ape. I'm saying that's what people
Why would
say.
why,
We're not saying that's
that
what it
then
is. We're saying that's what other people say.
that's when you need to stop talking to them because they obviously know they don't even know what science is. Then
But
at
that's
least
why
I
it's
know.
okay. So here, we're
Semantics
gonna
are
reset
important, but
this.
you know what I'm talking about.
All right,
Now,
all right,
now with
awesome.
with
We're
the
gonna
history that
reset
you
this.
just gave,
We're gonna reset this.
that
I can. Do you want me to sum up evolution in a single sentence for you?
start. Okay, where did the single cell come from?
I will get there, but do you want me to first sum up what evolution is in a single sentence?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, evolution is a change in allele frequencies over successful generations, which is just means that it's a change in genes. It's we get our genes from our mothers and fathers, and then mutations happen that become us. That's all that evolution is, right?
Okay, but I'm
So
talking about single
when we,
cell
yeah,
turning into
so
everything you see
Yeah, he's
evolution.
getting there. He just had to get to that
yeah,
part
I'm getting
first.
there.
Yeah, he's getting there.
Yeah. So when we have single cells, we know that single cells tend to do what's called asexual reproduction, which means that it
Mitosis.
just, yes, it mitosis. It goes and it becomes multicellular over time. Then you get multicellular, and really, it's downhill from there because once you become multicellular, you can start adding more mutations.
You
And
know,
those
we don't have any
mutations,
double. We don't have any two-celled organisms. You know how many single-cell organisms there are? We got like three-cell organisms, four-cell organisms, but I don't think we got two.
we have some in the fossil records.
Yeah.
Well, I think we do have some in the fossil records. Yeah, it's because two-celled organisms don't tend to like really do much, and so they end up unaliving over time. So it's like
Two
it's
cell
not that
structures
big
do
a deal.
exist.
So how does
Two-cell
two go to
structures
three?
exist.
Yeah, many algae such
If
as
they
volvox form small colonies that can exist as just a few cells, two or more, before growing into larger complex structures. So yeah,
Look at
some
that, I was wrong.
bacteria like Diplococci appear in pairs, often as part of their division process. So I
but
don't think we
algae
have
stays algae though.
we don't have three-celled
Do what?
organisms. Well, we've also
What I'm saying is that everything was created, nothing evolved.
well, that's a statement, but we don't have any evidence of that, and nothing that we
We
have in
don't have
science
any evidence of.
demonstrates
We don't
that.
have any. There is no evidence that a single cell organism turned into something else. You only type of
Hey,
evolution you have is seed going to
We
tree.
actually,
isn't
we
that
actually do,
Dog,
we
dog,
actually do have evidence of
fish
that.
going
We
to
do have
dog.
evidence of
You
that.
don't have fish. You don't have fish going to bird.
Yes, we
There's
do.
no type of evidence
Yes,
of
we do.
what, where,
Yes, we do.
where.
You look at the fossil record.
Just,
You look at the fossil record, and it shows you that
so
we can see the progression.
So letters that men have interpreted and told you what it said.
What
Religion.
letters?
letters? What are you talking about? Letters? I'm talking about the fossil record.
Fossil records.
You know what the
Yeah,
fossil record? What's
they read it, right? They looked at it. So
read
some
what?
men looked at it and said,
What?
da, 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 this is what this means.
Well,
The
hold on.
fossil
What's
record means this.
okay?
This is of religion.
What are you talking about?
The
It's religion. How is it? Wait, hold on,
fossils are not.
hold on, Hammy. We get. Hold on.
You're saying science.
How is it
It's a
religion?
religion because y'all believe, because you can't prove it. All they have is dead fossil records
How
that
is
they
it not
looked
proof?
at and told you.
How is it
Because
not proof?
it doesn't do it today. You can't. There is nothing doing it.
What are you
The
talking about?
natural,
They've
like you
we
said,
can
the
we
natural,
actually see
the
evolution
natural.
right now. We've seen it happen. What are you talking about?
No,
We've seen
we
evolution happen.
haven't.
Then
Yes, we
why
have.
We seen
are
the
you
birds.
are you saying
We
scientists
seen
are
the birds.
wait, hold on. Are you saying scientists are lying when they say they've seen it?
Are you saying preachers are lying when they say they've seen God? Religion.
No.
I'm
Are
trying
you
to help you. It's
okay?
a religion.
Okay, I'm asking you yes or no. Are scientists lying? Yes or no?
I'm saying I have to believe him.
You have to believe it. Actually, you don't have to believe him.
Yeah.
No, you don't have to.
What?
You can actually recreate the experiment. You understand that, right?
You can recreate evolution.
No, that's not what I said, sir. No, sir, that's not what I said. I said you can recreate the scientists' observations and experiments. You do realize that, right? You can do that.
So you can go look at it yourself and agree that you see what he said.
You can go. Yes, you can look at his paper. You can go and do your own experiment, and you can verify what he saw and observed. Yes, you can.
He is a preacher. He is a preacher. He is giving you his doctrine, and y'all follow it.
What?
Did you not hear what? You didn't hear a single.
Are you?
No,
Are you?
no. Hold on, Drip. You did not hear a single word Trust said.
Did you hear? Oh yeah. What was it that I said? Well, hold
you
on.
go look at his paper.
Yeah.
You can go look at his paper,
And
then
then?
you can go look at it yourself. Right?
You can go
but
look
you're
at
not
his
looking
paper.
evolution,
What did no. What did I say? Okay, so what you're saying then is if you go look at a scientific paper and are you telling me that it's faith to recreate the scientific process? Is that what you're telling me?
No, you definitely have physical sciences, but
Okay.
evolution ain't one
So
of them.
how is this faith?
Evolution ain't a physical science.
Evolution's not a physical science. Why not? How is it not a physical science?
Because you can't recreate it. You can't do what you just said.
Who said you can't recreate? Okay, what part of what is okay? So what part of the scientific method requires you to recreate something? Which part?
Nothing. We're talking about recreating.
No. It's part of the scientific method. I'm asking you which step of the scientific method requires a scientist to recreate something.
The experiment.
What part? Yeah. Tell me the step. Which step?
What do you do? Hypothesize first, and then you experiment.
No.
Okay.
What
is it called? What is that called?
I think don't play word magic. Just say
I'm not
it.
playing. I'm not playing word magic. I'm not playing that.
Say what it's called.
Okay.
What it's called isn't important.
Okay. Which part of it? You've got observation, background research, hypothesis, experimentation. Is that what you're saying? And so what part of that is recreating something? So you're saying during the experiment, where does it say it's required that you recreate something? What is the experimentation part? It doesn't say. I'm looking at the scientific method here. I'm not seeing anything that says scientists must recreate something.
Hold on, wait. We're talking about proving something. Hold on, wait.
I'm talking about. No, I didn't say that. No, I didn't. Hey! You said no word magic. Don't do word magic on me. All right. It goes both ways.
This happened millions of years ago.
Okay.
You can only recreate it.
Who
you just
says?
said if I go look at his scientific papers and I recreate his stuff, I said all I can do is look at his papers and go look at the rock he looked at and agree with him or disagree with him.
No, that's not it. All right. Well, we had somebody up.
How can I do an experiment and get evolution?
Okay.
Without me going in and taking genes from one thing and putting it in another.
Trust. Can I just throw him one bone?
Yep.
This one. Awesome. So, Drip, do you know about fruit flies?
What about fruit flies?
Oh, awesome. So, fruit flies, one of the most miraculous things about them is that they have a very short lifespan, right? And so this is the best way to see evolution in action. So one of the biggest things that people like to bring up is the macroevolution, where you get one species to the next, right? And there are species of fruit flies, right? Multiple different species of fruit flies. So you can take one species of fruit flies and you can mate them, and you can do 100 generations. You can mate them, meaning that
with what?
Two fruit
with
flies.
Fruit fly?
Well, yeah, with other fruit flies of the same species, and you can mate them. And after 100 generations, you can then take that 100th generation fruit fly, Try to mate it with that first generation of fruit flies, and they will not be able to viably reproduce because they become a whole brand new species.
It's a whole different species.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
It's been done
whoa.
time
They're
and
still
again.
fruit flies.
Okay.
They're still
What
fruit
is this?
flies.
Oh, hold on. What's this?
I'm talking
Now we
about
got to
fruit
define
fly
what a
changes.
species
If you
is.
said butterfly,
Well, hold
if you
on.
would have
Hold
said
on.
butterfly, no, I don't. It's not important.
Hold
What do you
on.
mean
You
it's
got.
not
It's not important. I'm not
What do you mean it's not
arguing that.
important?
I'm not arguing that.
Okay,
That's
so
not what I'm arguing.
but see, this is the problem. This is the problem again. You keep calling it word magic, but this is a misunderstanding of what
I'm not
what the
arguing
scientific
species.
terms are. You okay? So
The species doesn't matter.
are you
Because
telling
if
me
a single
then?
cell made everything we see, that's every species from one single cell. Let's talk about that.
That
Yeah.
Drip, this is literally going from microevolution to macroevolution.
We just demonstrated it. We just demonstrated micro, and it's observable in nature. It is reproducible. It's recreatable. Just like what you demanded, we demonstrated it to you, and you're okay. But this is, I don't know if this is, I don't know if you're saying no because this is because you're okay. But is it?
I'm saying that's not enough.
Okay,
That's not
so
if fruit
explain
fly
to
turn
me.
into a different
Explain
type
to
of
me
fruit
why.
fly,
Hold on.
is there evidence?
I'm still trying to ask you a question here. Explain to me why speciation does not matter in evolution.
Because if a fruit fly turning into a different type of fruit fly is your evidence for a single cell organism turning into everything you
It's
see
not what
now,
we're saying.
that's not enough.
That's not what we're saying.
That's what I need. That's what I need. That's
So
what I'm asking you for. Why
okay,
we
so
talking
you're
about fly
asking
turning?
you're asking why you're asking
I'm
what you're
talking about
saying
something
then.
turning into something that it wasn't before. Nothing like it. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
I'm talking about
Drip,
a
what
fish
you're
growing
asking
legs
for-
and playing basketball.
Drip,
That's
Drip,
what I'm
what you're
talking about.
Drip, what you're asking for is something that takes millions of years.
Faith. No. You
That's
said the
not
wrong
faith.
word. It takes faith.
It's not faith. It takes
It
millions
faith.
of years.
No. It's something
No,
you'll never
it takes
see.
millions of years.
So something you'll never see.
So
something you'll have to die just believing in.
What you are describing is
It's faith.
speciation.
It's a religion.
What you're describing
It's
is
not a
speciation.
religion.
It's a religion.
What you
Going
have just
from-
literally
going-
described as speciation. And so
Going from
what?
Going from single cell to man is called speciation, which means that
That's exactly
it is
what
going
it
from
is.
Never
one
seen it.
species
And
to
you've
the
never seen it.
next. And I
you've
just
never
gave you an
seen it.
example
You've never-
because fruit
No.
flies is speciation.
No, you said it would take 1,000,000 years, so that's obviously not 100 years ain't
For
enough.
single cell to man, yes. For one species of fruit fly to the next, no.
The fact
because
that it
of
takes
the
1,000,000
lifespan.
years.
It's because of the lifespans of the animals,
Faith is
Drip.
baked into it. A
Drip.
1,000,000 years, guys.
Drip. It's because of the
Time
Drip.
is his God. And you have to
Drip.
have faith that it,
You have to
have
listen.
faith in it. I'm
You have to
telling you.
listen to the answer. No,
I'm
you
telling
keep
you it's
you
a
keep
religion.
lying. Doesn't help
I'm not
us.
lying. I ain't lied
You
yet. Come
are.
on now.
Because the simple fact
What
is,
have I lied about?
listen,
What have I lied about? No. Tell me
you
what I lied
over
about.
talking me while I'm trying to give you the
So
explanation.
how is
shows
that
me
a
that
lie?
you don't
Say I
want to hear
overtalk.
this
Don't say I
because
lied.
you've been
So you
lying about this. Because the
What-
thing
what-
is,
lying about what?
listen.
Tell me what I lied
Listen.
about.
If you listen, you can hear. Going from a single cell organism to man takes millions of years because of the lifespan of every single organism.
1,000,000 years.
Man,
You will
man
not live
alone.
1,000,000 years to know
Man
that.
alone lives 80 years.
Oh my God. You will not, nobody will live 1,000,000 years to know that. It's faith,
So,
bro.
again,
It's not
this is
faith.
going from speciation. This is
You
speciation
have
you're
to
talking
have
about.
faith to believe that. No, you got to have faith to believe
No,
1,000,000 years,
no,
bro.
you
You got to have faith.
You
You
just
have to have
don't know
faith.
science.
No,
You
you
just
don't
don't know
understand what faith
science.
is. You have to have faith to believe 1,000,000 years from now something will
You
be.
don't know science,
What?
Drip. Because
A
we have
1,000,000 years from now
Drip,
something will be.
because we
Forget
have the
science.
fossil
A
record
1,000,000 years
for
from now something will be.
Okay.
That takes
All right.
faith.
Hey, Drip, we gotta go. We're gonna move on to the next guest, but hey, appreciate you coming up.
All right.
All right. So it is just yeah, I got you. Yeah. It was yeah, sorry guys. I was just I was looking up stuff on evolution. So Thank you. But the very fact of it is that it's just a basic, it is a fundamental misunderstanding of first the scientific method, then of evolution, then, we're talking about, well, that's micro versus macro. Yeah, that's part of it. That's part of it. Yep. And then what else is there? There's more to it than just micro and macro. There's a whole bunch of different aspects of evolution. And Hammy, you said it correctly. It's basically change. And
Pseudo,
Pseudo.
and who else was it? Goblin Brain, by the way, for the two jellyfish.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Pseudo. That
I need to. Yeah, I need
That was
to.
a lot, and I just
that was a lot.
words. I will go on. I was telling Peg in chat that I will go on a diatribe any time about semantics matter.
Yeah, semantics matters.
Words mean
it's
something.
important.
We
Words
have
mean,
to. We
words are
have to
important.
have the level that we are all talking about the same thing, because when we have different definitions and we have different ideas, that's where so many misunderstandings happen. We need to break it down to the bare bones and say, well, what do you mean by this? And if there's a misunderstanding, we need to get on the correct understanding of what that thing is.
And I think, and then somebody said, it was Jackarel, said there's gaps in evolution. Yes, that's true. But see, the difference is we don't, what they don't do is they say, therefore this happened and we know 100% for a fact it happened. No, what they say we think happened is this. It could be this, could be that. What we think happened is this because, they use deduction and they use reasoning and things like that. Read the Bible. Emmett. Okay, so Emmett, your job as a Christian is to minister to us, as it says in 1 Peter 3, verse 15. So it says, be prepared to give a defense when someone demands an account of the hope that is within you. So just telling us to read the Bible is not doing your Christian duty. So what I'm trying to say, Emmett, is that you may not be a real Christian if you're just going to say, read the Bible. So as much as we got into it pretty deep with Drip, at least he met his Christian duty, his obligation. So respect for that.
Yeah, yes, it got heated between us and Drip, but the thing is that, like you said, he came up here. He came up here knowing that A, he was outnumbered, and B, that he was like, I'm going to give a defense for the hope that's within me.
Exactly.
So, W's for that part of it.
Hip Hop Anonymous.
What did Hip Hop Anonymous?
As someone who has read the Bible, don't do it if you want to remain a Christian. I agree. Miguel, as an atheist watching this live stream, what do you believe in after death? Nothing. Like a candle
As an
just going
atheist,
out. Yeah.
I'll tell you this. As an atheist,
No hard feelings, Drip.
I'm going to be cremated. I'm going to be
Notice
cremated.
he said
so.
fellas.
I'll
leave that there.
Would you say, Ember?
Oh, I just said, notice he said fellas.
Oh, fellas, yeah.
It's okay. It's all right. It's all right. I know that I catch flack for, I'm not a lady, but,
Not a lady.
thank you for
Yeah.
at least acknowledging.
Yeah.
At least acknowledging. Because
They
I
are not a
wasn't
lady.
trying to I wasn't trying to be condescending at all. I just think that words matter.
Technically, fellows would be okay. Fellows would be okay. I think it'd
You're
be all
one of
right.
the fellas today.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
I'd say,
fellows
I'd say I'd say a fella is, I think that's accurate, because you have words like fellowship, which is, all encompassing all genders. You call it a fellowship. So I think fellas fits. I think that fits better than say you guys. You know what I mean?
Unless you're Kel from Good Burger, in which case dude is for everything.
Dude is for everything.
Peg is right though, because
because he had said fellas, not fellows.
Yeah. That makes sense.
But it's fine. It's fine.
Well,
no, it's not a problem.
I take like
It's-
yeah.
Yeah. But what I basically is like, I just didn't want him to think that I was trying to be condescending. I just
feel it.
I just wanted to make
got it.
sure that yeah,
All right,
like
Jesus
because we really can't hear people when other people are speaking.
Yeah.
Over them.
That's very true.
So
You laid some sanity to that whole thing. Yeah, you're right. Some reasoning to that. So no, all good.
All
All
right,
good,
Geezy
Drip.
says.
All good, Drip.
All right, Geezy says. Tags you, Ember, and says, "Miss Jackson, if you're nasty."
Oh man.
no, I am Janet from The Good Place.
The Good Place. Yeah.
Not a girl.
Not a girl. Yeah, not a girl.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm.
I like that.
If I were to be any fictional character, I think I would be Kel's character from Good Burger.
There you go. There you go. I think I don't know who I'd be.
From Good Burger, did you say?
Yeah, from Good Burger.
I mean, I love that movie
I
and
do,
show
too.
and skit. Kel Mitchell is just great in
Yeah,
general.
that's pretty funny.
I love it. He's like, I'm a dude. He's a dude. She's a dude.
Yeah,
We're all
Good Place
dudes.
was
Hey.
really good. Yeah, I actually really liked that.
Yeah, and The Good Place. Yes,
Yeah, and
The Good Place is very good.
Yeah.
Um,
Hey, did it?
Actually, if I were to believe in an afterlife, or want an afterlife, that is exactly what I would want.
Mhm.
The way it was in the end.
Yes.
And so I was, that is a phenomenal show. I love it.
Yeah, it's a great show, and it didn't take away from it, at least from my point, when you found out that they weren't gonna, that it had an ending to it, because they said, oh, it's only gonna be like 3 or 4
better.
seasons. I actually liked it better, because you knew, okay, this is what we got. Yeah, it actually made me want
and you get to
tune
leave
in.
when you choose.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's true.
Nurse Colt says, "What are your thoughts on existentialism?"
I don't really have an opinion on it. I'm not an existentialist, so I haven't really thought much about
Joke's on you. Joke's on you. I'm too dumb to know what that is.
it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's my thought. I'm too dumb to know what it is. That's what it is. See, Pseudo V Science made a little appearance in TikTok, so I invited Pseudo V Science up, but I don't think they're. I think Pseudo is paying attention to the YouTube. Yeah, so it's all good.
I think he just ran over to get the jellyfish.
Jellyfish
and
it.
then went back.
Yeah, because I was trying to. I'm bringing my mods up because we have to raid Storms live now, because we have to do the little
Are they
fundraiser.
live right now?
Well, she said she was going on at 8 Eastern, so it is now 8 Eastern. So I figured, maybe give it a little time to marinate a little bit, but yeah, we can start closing up, and this is when I bring up the mods and, say hello to everybody. Hey, Philly Red, how are you?
Oh, perfect. Peg says that they're
Hi.
live now.
They are live? Okay. All right. It's good to see you, Philly Red.
Hello. Good to see you all.
Yeah. And so everybody, these are the mods, and they do a phenomenal, fantastic job. And well, they're friends too. So I have friends here. So I have some mods, some friends, but if you could see to it, I know we gifted Peg a lot, but if you've got anything left, throwing a few coins the mods way would be super, super helpful, and just really great, because they do a fantastic job and I love them. So it's my small way of saying thank you. And also, let's not forget Pseudo V Science on the other side, who hopped over on this side of the fence and threw down a jellyfish and then hopped back over. So appreciate you. And there's I think Blaster Master 80 was over there, and they were there earlier. So I just want to thank everybody, because as you see, because I took my extended leave taking a phone call, yeah, this live could probably just go on without me. I just have to probably just hit the go live button, and then everybody else could just take over. So
Thank you for facilitating an awesome community trust.
yeah,
Look, you know I'm always down to argue with people.
absolutely. So it's just nice that I'm just like a useful idiot. You know, I just have to push the button, and then everybody else can just come on in and take over. So that's not a bad thing.
Sir, I'm the useful idiot.
Okay, we're gonna have to fight about that one. So we're gonna have a fight of whoever's useful. Well, we could both be useful idiots. How about that? Why don't we just both be? There we go. All right. So thank you. How are you out of coins? Yeah, how are you out of coins, Peg? That's impossible.
Yeah, you can't claim them until after the live is over.
Oh,
So,
that's
like,
what it is.
The live
Yeah,
has to end,
that's
and
right.
then you can claim it. Yeah.
The upside is once this live ends, you'll have plenty to take into Storm's live. So that's the upside. So okay, well, everybody, thank you again. Have a fabulous Monday, and I will see you all in a few minutes in Storm's live. So again, it's Madam Storm, MADAME Storm, and I'll see you guys over there very shortly. Let's all file in there and raid it, TBV raid, and let's show them some love. So, and maybe stick around and play Pictionary and watch the drawing of dicks. There you go. That's a great reason to stay, huh?
Dicks for donations.
Dicks for donations. It's dicks for a good cause. All right. See you guys. Take care.
Bye.